time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down?
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Leighton and live. We're live simply before there's going to be gameplay. But here we're really excited for the finals of Middle East North Africa region for our split one at the Snapdragon Series. $10,000 on the line, Andrew, and it'll happen at some point today.
Yeah, that's right. It will. Eventually, it will happen. We're going to go to a break here in a little bit. We're going to be starting our gameplay in just in about 45-ish minutes. There's a CET and there's a CEST, and we're all over the world. We know this is Europe, Middle East, North Africa, Rich. There's a lot of time zones that cover that area.
Great, yeah. Of course, and some of you missed an appointment this week, wherever you are, as the time changes happened, or maybe you got an extra hour and weren't late. You were late, so either way, time zones are tricky, and so are time changes, but some great Clash Royale for you today. We're going to go ahead through what's happening today before break, and then come back with the big action in a little bit. So, man, this is now the third overall. We had two earlier on for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now we are back with split one of our second season. Take us through what the heck's going on here.
Well, you know, for you guys that don't know at home, we have 16 qualified players. 6 of those players were qualified throughout getting first place in our qualifiers that have gone through. The other 10 qualified through our point system. So that leaves us with 16 people. That's what this graphic is that we're seeing over here on the left-hand side. 6 players from getting first place. Those will be our top seeded players. The other 10 filled in with points, like I said. And there's a lot of really big names in this competition, Rich. When we take a look at the bracket, it's absolutely nuts because we have 3 world finalists, including our reigning defending world champion in Mohamed Light. So those scores are not real. Do not worry. No one got 2-0'd yet. We haven't started the gameplay yet. There's a lot of moving parts going on, but Rich, huge names in this bracket.
Oh yeah, this is massive. I mean, you said we have a couple of former champions in Surgical Goblin and Ruben back from 2019 and 2022. This guy who is considered maybe the best planet, who just won our world championship, Mohamed Light. So hardware in there, but Andrew, even outside of those 3 former world champions, a lot of depth here.
Yes.
You talk about some people who are world finalists in Vitor, in Doom. You have some guys who've come very close in Thrill, Asaf. So a lot of talent here on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Asaf was one of those big names missing from the World Finals. I think a lot of people expected him to be there, but that's really what it's all about, right? Asaf is one of those names that kind of screamed into the forefront, and now he has to kind of put the pedal to the metal. He has to show up. He has to put his money where his mouth is, and this is a great way to do it, right? World Finals just finished, so that means this is a good time. Asaf has almost an entire year to start building that momentum once again to get there in 2023. And you talk about momentum. momentum. Vitor and Doom coming off of World Finals. Great performances there. Doom just goes right into #1 in the world on ladder after his, we'll call it an unfortunate first day there at World Finals. Not his fault, but you know what? He was able to bounce back, play well, and here he is in our Snapdragon Pro Series tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you have Hugo in the mix as well. This should be phenomenal. It's really some of these early round matchups as major players. Legolas going to Vitor early on as well. So some big matchups, and my suspicion is into semifinals and finals, they get pretty big.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know at home, when we do start the action, we'll just be seeing one match of our round of 16, but don't worry, we picked a good one. It's going to be Surgical Goblin versus Ruben, and then you'll be seeing every match throughout the rest of the tournament, including the third place match. Now, obviously, a lot of big names on the line. A prize pool is in play as well. $10,000 up for grabs this weekend, or actually just today. $4,000 going to first place, $2,000 to second, third and fourth will get $1,000 each, and then 5th through 8th will walk away with $500 a piece, which means you got to win your very first round in order to get a little bit of prize money today. Rich, $10,000 up for grabs, but with the names that are in this tournament, it feels like the money is secondary to the bragging rights.
Yeah, I mean, certainly these guys are just heavy competitors. Mohamed Light coming out $250,000 world champion and $500,000 total earnings. And of course, lots of big content creators as well. But on the flip side of that, hey, for a little bit of play that you're going to do anyway, with 4K on top of that, that's a nice, that's a really nice vacation, if you're just jaunting over somewhere in EMEA region. Even that $4, hey, that's buy someone you care about something for the holidays.
That's right. So that's the prize pool money. $10,000 1st through 8th place. Get to walk away with a little bit of money. Remember, best of 3 dual mode. And if you guys caught Rich and I last weekend for the Snapdragon Pro Series over in NA, there was a little bit of a mix-up. You got to give us a little bit of slack. You know, we're warming back up again after World Finals. But Phoenix and Monk will be in the mix today 100%. Although, if I was these guys, I would just mess with us and not play it for the first couple sets just to make us think we're crazy.
I'd certainly go that direction. And talked about before, the play Phoenix Olympics will be a big part of this one. So we'll get into that strategy and deck picking situation as we go later into the gameplay. Of course, we have gone to air a little bit early. We will actually be starting play in about 5 minutes or so. So we're going to take a break and a couple, let you know when we're going to that one, and we'll come back with all the gameplay. But Andrew, overall, I'm really excited. It's always fun to be casting with you, and I'm really pumped for that.
Yeah, man, of course. Always love being back in the saddle with you. It was good to get my feet wet last weekend, being back in studio in Burbank, which was really, really nice. And of course, now we get to look at this meta that's been evolving every single day. There's a Ram Rider, Lumberjack, Monk, Phoenix deck that's been really, really popular as of late. I've seen some double Goblin decks with Mighty Miner showing up and Royal Recruits. Super weird, but does end up working out. Wall Breakers are in there as well. So I'm excited to see now that the meta has evolved, now that we have those emergency balance changes that came in a couple weeks ago. You know, all that stuff is going to come into play. And of course, before we get into the play, we got a little bit of time to kill, so we're going to take a short break. We got some video content for you guys, you know, give you something to watch for a little bit, and then we'll be rejoining you guys for a lot of the Clash Royale action coming your way today. So don't move a muscle. We'll see you in just a bit.
Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Prediction of the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Molight's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet, back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer Queen's on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Prediction of the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Air Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Molight's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet, back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer Queen's on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022. Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022. Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton. Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create some pressure. On! Oh!
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create some pressure.
On!
Oh!
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo
Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create some pressure.
On!
Oh!
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Muhammad Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Muhammad Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Muhammad Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Muhammad Light and Vitor 75. Muhammad Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Muhammad Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Muhammad Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Muhammad Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Muhammad Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Muhammad Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Muhammad Light and Vitor 75. Muhammad Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Muhammad Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Muhammad Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Muhammad Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Muhammad Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Muhammad Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the filter tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Your surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer Queen's on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the filter tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Your surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light's gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer Queen's on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the filter tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022. Your surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light
word!
is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Air Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light
word!
is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Air Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light
word!
is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have two players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the world final champion of 2022.
Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the world final champion of 2022. Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through. Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the world final champion of 2022. Surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet. Max here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morton? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay, all of it comes crashing down, and Mohamed Light continues to burn through.
Mo Light then went on to win his way through the lower bracket and eventually triumph over his opponent in the grand final with a dominating 2-0 victory, crowning him the World Final Champion of 2022.
Our surfer needs a miracle, and it's not there. Mohamed Light stays alive. Getting on top of the baby dragon, and a miner goes to the tower.
The pre-poison for the Skarmy, that's gonna be a huge connection. That's gonna be tower down on the right-hand side. Mo Light gonna take the win in that match.
Everyone on their feet, back here, upstage by the booth.
Is there Golden Knight NATO magic available for Morten? Can he make that happen? Archer Queen goes to her ability, and now Drill does create
Archer
some
Queen's
pressure.
on!
Oh,
Mohamed Light is our 2022 World Champion!
Will Mohamed Light be able to repeat his performance here in the Open Finals? Or could this be the chance for Vitor to claim revenge? With such a highly competitive lineup in this Open Finals, it's anybody's game. So keep your eyes peeled for all the exciting matches to come. Among the top 16 for this Open Finals, we have 2 players returning as finalists from the 2022 CRL World Finals, Mohamed Light and Vitor 75. Mohamed Light's win during the Filter Tournament in Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series secured his golden ticket trip, granting entry to the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. After a rocky start dropping down to the lower bracket, both players fought their way through and met in round 3 of the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light won 2-0, knocking out Vitor in 7th place.
Addiction to the skellies, the distraction, the misplay.
Hello and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Europe, Middle East, North Africa Split 1 Season 2. Whole lot of things to say there, final. I'm Rich Slayton, that's and we are finally ready for some great Clash Royale action. Andrew, we talked before this extended break to make sure the players were all ready about this lineup, and man, it is just a banger from top to bottom.
Oh, 100%. I mean, when you talk about this competition and then big names that are in here, we have a ton of world finalists, we have world champions, we have a great first match to start our day. The bracket is really, really intense. When you talk about the people that weren't at world finals this last, I'd say 2 months ago, I was going to say this last year, but it was only 2 months ago. The big names that weren't there, they're here, right? When you look at these names, Asaf, you know that Lego's out there. Obviously, Doom showed up, Vitor showed up, Hugo was another name that we thought we might see at World Finals. Surgical Goblin, a guy that we were all thinking could be there as he was working through that August LCQ. He wasn't able to make it, but Titone, Inthrill, Sosa, I mean, Rich, this whole entire lineup is stacked.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about having 3 world champions in the lineup, not just world finalists, 3 world champions. That's the crazy level we're at now in Royale, and of course the other people who've been world finalists, and even the players when you get onto the second half of this lineup, it's still just a bunch of hitters, a bunch of guys who can all come out. When you're talking about a best of 3 single elimination bracket, we could be in for some big upsets today.
That's right. That is exactly the thing that you got to pay attention to for you folks at home. Single elimination. Yes, it's best of 3 dual mode, but you got to remember, single elimination, when you throw in Phoenix, when you throw in Monk, that can throw a set off really, really quickly. I don't believe that Phoenix is to the point now to where a lot, like where it was before, where it was so strong that people that didn't deserve to win were able to pick up wins by just spamming at the bridge, if you will, or mirroring them, or getting a pump down in the back and dropping another Phoenix. I don't know if that's quite as effective as it was just a couple weeks ago, but we do know there is going to be this interesting Phoenix Monk gameplay. Rich, you've talked about it a lot, obviously casting Queso. When do you play the Phoenix? Do you play it in game 1? Do you play it in game 2? Do you play it in game 3? And you and I, thinking last weekend that Phoenix and Monk were available, we actually had a long conversation about this on broadcast. But really, I think we should probably have that conversation again now, since it's actually relevant. And you have a pretty strong theory behind this.
Phoenix is actually available, and we'll go ahead and move on to our prize pool graphic for this. No, just back to the two of us. The Phoenix is available this time, and it's still, while nerfed, it's still crazy OP, right? It's still a very dangerous card. So the big question is, when do you playing Phoenix in game number 1 is a gamble, where what you do is see how you do in game number 1. If you win that one, I think you sit on Phoenix in game 2 and then go for Phoenix in game 3, because your hope is that your opponent who you're up ahead of plays it in game 2. Maybe they win, maybe you win, but if not, then you go into game 3 with the advantage of this giant flying bird.
And I do believe that if you're in a situation, maybe like Enos, who's going up against Mohamed Light, maybe you bust out Phoenix in game number 1 to try to give yourself the advantage. But also when you talk about Mo Light, his analyst team, and also just Mo in general being a Clash Royale genius, Clash Royale god, whatever you want to call him, he might be looking for you to play Phoenix in game 1 to try to pick up an early lead against him. But as we all know, and as we all saw at World Finals, early leads against Mo doesn't mean a whole lot. Congratulations to him once again. Excited to see some of his gameplay, other than just being on a friends list, and also in Queso Cup, to be excited to casting it once again. But really, we got to talk about our very by being in first place throughout our qualifying rounds. The other 10 did it through points. But our first round matchup, Surgical Goblin and Ruben, 2 world champions, 2019 of course for Surge, 2020 for Ruben. And Rich, both of them held substantial weight in that journey from starting the season to holding that world championship title.
Yeah, on one side you have Surgical Goblin. Of course, his 2017 is Stuff of Legends, 2018 was rough, and then 2019 there was that run where Team Liquid were in trouble, and then Surge and Canario together between 2v2 and King of the Hill won 5 back-to-back matches, just carrying their way. And of course, what Surgical Goblin did at World Finals is legendary. On the other side of it, Team Queso in 2020 was up, and the other 3 members of the team, Kuchi and Benny, struggled in 2v2. They did come through during Worlds, of course. And then IMJP was boom or bust, but Ruben was consistently putting the team on his back, putting up a massive win rate and taking them all the way through World Championships. So you have both guys who are used to high pressure, and both where that high pressure has paid off. And then, of course, now we get the joy of seeing these two go head-to-head here. In the tournament like this, Andrew, you never know if the greats will end up against each other, because who knows how a bracket plays out in single elim.
Right.
But today we get a gift here in round number 1.
100%. And Surgical Goblin and Ruben will be looking forward into round number 2, our quarterfinals. Bizu or Adnan, as you guys know, trainer Adnan, a lot bigger of a name than maybe Bizu is, but either way, you never know. Whoever gets out of that other best of 3 will be facing off against one of these legends of the game. And of course, as you guys know, we are here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Big shout out to Snapdragon. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. They have been here supporting us through 2 seasons, 2 splits, all that good stuff. We were just hanging out with them last weekend. Now we get to support them once again this weekend. So much love to Snapdragon. Before we hop into game number 1 between 2 world champions, Rich, I know that you don't love to do this, but since we have just a hair of time, are you leaning either way on this round 1 matchup?
Yes, I am. I am leaning towards Ruben. Team Queso and he's playing with Queso as part of the Queso Cup Teams Edition at the moment. And Team Queso is having a lot of success right now. And part of that is because Ruben's win rate is phenomenal. Team Liquid, you talk about carrying. This is a situation where Team Liquid was already eliminated from that Queso Cup. The top 8 teams moved on. Surge was unable to carry there, and I think that I'm expecting to see some really great things from Surgical Goblin in 2023, but it still feels like kicking the rust off and trying to catch back up to former form. So I'm going to pick Ruben in this one.
Yeah, Ruben on SK Kalis representing Team Queso, of course, fun to see him anytime he's repping the TQ. You always love to see it. And yeah, it's interesting, you know, running into Surgical Goblin in Finland at World Finals, kind of talked to him a little bit about what was going on. He was like, you know what, I just figured I'd play the 20-win challenge, just kind of ride the wave for as long as I could throughout that LCQ. And I went a lot farther than I thought I was ever going to. And I think for him, what was interesting is he, just based off of his natural ability and understanding of the game, he got farther than, you know, the other 10 million people in the world that were trying, getting into that top 100. And then when he got to the later on in the rounds, I honestly think if he maybe had just worked a little harder, worked a little bit longer with an analyst, we probably would have seen him at World Finals. So like you said, it seems like Ruben kind of has the hot hand right now, but Surge is warming up, and he's been warming up for a while. I'm really curious to see where he wants to go in 2023 with his career, but that's it. We're talking. Now we get to see some gameplay. Ruben, Surgical Goblin, let's go.
Here we are, Ruben, top of your screen. Surgical Goblin at the bottom, and you know, feeling like game number 1 is not going to be a Phoenix game. Of course, this minor deck, never mind. As I say, I was in the middle of saying, of course, there's a minor deck going around right now that is Phoenix heavy. Surge choosing to go with the bird in game 1 here up against Ruben. We'll see what Ruben's got in store.
Yeah, Ruben looking like he could be rocking some version of Graveyard. Graveyard really, really popular when Phoenix and Monk came into the game, and Phoenix and Monk paired with Graveyard is also a thing. Surgical Goblin looked like he might be going straight up Minor Poison control. There's a couple versions out there, one with Bomb Tower, one with Tesla, one with Goblins, one with Skellies, and it looks like Surge is going the Bomb Tower route, which should be, you know, pretty good for helping clean up these Royal Giants, and of course, those GY, or excuse me, if it were GY, that would have been nice, but the Skeleton King ability.
Yeah, and this is an interesting opening here. Surgical Goblin went a little bit heavy, a little aggressive early on, and you know, on Ruben's side, you expect him to play Giant. It's one of his mainstays of his deck pool, and did not turn into much, and that's been a big courtesy of the Bomb Tower having its resurgence. And Surge just going Phoenix Monk game number 1. Let's waste no time with going with again, this is one of the most popular decks of the year.
Yeah, and it's really interesting here in game number 1 because Surge doesn't have the greatest matchup, but he's not in a bad spot either, right? The Phoenix is going to put in a ton of DPS. The Monk can help set the line. That Lightning, though, could end up causing some problems as this game moves on. You see right there, great value for Ruben. Gets the Phoenix, gets the Bomb Tower, gets the Princess Tower, and anytime you're playing Minor Poison control, you never want to go down early, and already Surge down by just a bit.
He does to get back in this one, obviously. Chip is the name of the game for the Dutchman as he sets up his Monk to the left-hand lane, and Ruben setting up RG to the opposite lane to create pressure, require responses, then he'll double down here on the left when he has that chance.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you see where that Bomb Tower is placed. You can still Lightning to the left or the right-hand lane. It's kind of pick your poison here for Ruben, or dealer's choice, if you will, since he does find himself in a good spot. And Surge, also with that Tombstone, it's just going to be really difficult to break on through. Where do you put your poisons? Well, you got to look for that Mother Witch, but then the Zappies get a huge amount of value. Just really tough stuff. Great deck pick here in game 1 for Ruben.
And this is that interesting piece of the Monk, right? Watch the knockback here as the Monk does create some room. So we'll see how much Surgical Goblin can make use of that here against the Royal Giant. That's a key factor here when you add in already between Log, Ice Spirit, Bomb Tower, some pretty to shut down Royal Giant pushes. That does change the math of the cycle issues that Surge might find himself in defending as we get into triple with these stacked RGs.
Yeah, I think the biggest difficulty for Surge is going to be where do I get the value out of the Monk without getting pulled by the Fish Boy. And now we finally see that Goblin Gang come down, which is something I was wondering. I was like, that last card, Goblin Gang, is it Skellies? Is it Goblins? He's going to have to start protecting his Monk a little bit more. So we'll see if that comes down. But then the other side of it, right? Royal Giants, all about picking apart the way that your opponent plays their defense. That Barb Barrel could be looking up high to catch those Goblins.
This is some nice chip from Surge on the left-hand side. Miner goes to the back, the Skeleton King doesn't time, and the little extra Ice Spirit buys both time for the Miner chip on the tower. And I'm curious to see, and this is going to be the game plan, we're not going to see a ton of poisons on the tower until maybe the 30 seconds for Surgical Goblin. It's going to be trying to win these bridge fights, slow down these pushes, and prevent the stack behind the... So very nicely played. play. Ruben switches sides going into triple elixir, and there we go. We see that first poison getting some value there, and the Zappy's going into it as well.
Yeah, and this is dangerous territory now for Ruben. Surgical Goblin has completely taken control of the game. Ruben has been spending way too much time on defense, not enough time on offense. And when you get into triple elixir with that monk down on the board, poisons and miners are always on your tower. It becomes incredibly difficult to defend. And I think Ruben just kind of got caught in cruise control here. I don't really know about going RG in the back opposite lane early on there when it felt like he already had control of the left-hand side. It's tough because you never want to go into the same lane as miner poison control over and over again. But Surge played this really, really nicely.
It is just so hard for Ruben to find a way to break through, and we're seeing the results of that, right? I mean, already Bomb Tower, Ice Spirit, Log create some good. Your usual question then is DPSing down. And while he has some DPS on in the deck, Surge has that last piece, and I would have to go back through and see how many times it happened, but it was multiple times where that Royal Giant, it's almost like a log, like a mini log that sits on your board with a mustache in that monk. Every once in a while, every third shot, 3 shots, boom, 3 shots, boom. Back was a big factor here.
Yeah, log with a mustache. Love to see that drawn up. Of course, the knockback there is going to be huge. And you talk about all the other things that Surgical Goblin did correctly. Excuse me. The Bomb Tower was used a lot of time to help clean up the Skeleton King and the skeletons spawning on that. Surge held his Goblin gang for almost the entire gang so that Mother Witch was not a factor. Mother Witch not being a factor, Bomb Tower for those skeletons means the poison can go where you need it to go. And you saw Surgical really needed to poison a Tombstone earlier on, which is something that is always tough to do. But since he had so many great ways to either not involve the Mother Witch and clean up those Larrys from the Skeleton King, super easy for him to kind of pick and choose exactly what he needed to do because of how smart he played. And that was just really, really nice from top to bottom, Rich.
So, we're going talking about these matchups, right? We are in duel mode for those of you at home. Reminder, you cannot repeat any cards throughout that best of 3. So Surgical Goblin has burned Phoenix Monk. Miner is out, Log is out. You talk about the core of the meta, you're talking about 4 central cards right there that in many ways define what Clash Royale is here in the last couple of months of 2022. And then on the other side of it, the RG Fishboy, one of the most common decks that you throw into the mix when you're talking about duel mode. I mean, it's overall in the game, but specifically in duel mode, it does feel like Surge kind of went with all the tools in the box early on.
Yeah, and it looks like Game 2 is getting started right now, so we'll hop into that in just a moment. And just a quick couple updates here, Rich. Doom already 2-0'd Hugo. Vitor already 2-0'd Legolas. Titone 2-0'd Inthril. Sosa 2-0'd Asaf. Mohamed Light is up 1 game, and Mateja is up 1 game as well. So let's hop into game number 2 here. We'll see if it's going to be a quick 2-0 for Surgical Goblin, or if Ruben can bounce back. But already a lot of action happening here in our Europe, Middle East, North Africa Split 2 Season 1. Season 2, Split 1.
Split 1. Yeah, it's all over the place. And look, you see doing the same, like going, okay, you just played one of the strongest decks in the game. Let me go do the exact same thing right back at you. So just copy deck and play here for the Spaniard as Surge goes with an interesting variation on Drill here. Drill Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, you look at that matchup on paper of last game, and that Surgical Goblin at a 73% win rate in terms of all the battles that have been played out there. 142 of that exact matchup played with a 73% win rate. Excuse me, that's 7 or more. The exact matchup, Rich, 100-0 with only three games played there. But still, you look at matchup-wise, and that was very, very heavily in favor of Surgical Goblin.
That sounds about right here, and there you go. Surge now just trying to hold low, 24-59, as that Giant Skeleton does want to escape. It will require some sort of response, although it's going to help out with that Phoenix first. It will require some sort of response, and there you see that's why Surge is going to double down and go with the opposite lane pressure.
And this becomes pretty fascinating because on the ground to deal with Surgical's pushes, Ruben really only has his Miner, which he's going to want to use offensively a lot, the Monk, obviously, and the Goblin Gang. But the Goblin Gang is not going to get a ton of value when you talk about what that Golden Knight can do. So it'll be really interesting to see how Ruben picks and chooses his ground defense, similarly to how we saw Surgical do it in game number 1.
well, continuing on down now with the poison on the board here, going to be under 1,800 on the right-hand side. Ruben is starting to stack Phoenixes. This is one thing we didn't see as much from Surge in game number 1, as he didn't have to do it. He was able to play a lot of defense against the Royal Giants. Ruben's starting to try to get more than one Phoenix on the board, which, of course, is a frustrating thing to deal with on the other side. And curious here, also, Andrew, as we see it, rise of Executioner in these drill decks as opposed to the Magic Archer, and really that's just because of that Flaming Bird.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Because we kind of saw this deck start showing up regardless of Phoenix and Monk even being in the game. At the end of the meta, maybe 3 metas ago now, however many months ago it was. It's hard for me to keep track with the balance changes coming in every now and then, emergency nerfs, what have you. But this Executioner version was popping up already before Monk and Phoenix were in the game, but I still didn't like it as much. Then before the emergency nerf on Phoenix, you had to have that Executioner in these decks. It was just way too strong. You'd get that value, and that's exactly what I'm talking about with that lineup, Rich. That Goblin Gang makes it so much easier than if it were just Skellies or just Goblins, because there's so many more units to kind of pull together. But just to get back to your point, now even with Phoenix getting nerfed, Executioner is a must draw in this deck. Magic Archer, yes, we love it. Yes, it's great, but Executioner just so much better, especially with the range that it has.
And that Monk not going to be enough to pop that Phoenix. Of course, little changes with the Phoenix to make it so that's not going to, there's side without some protection there. Monk does go down to the giant Skelly Bomb, Miner on the tower. And now this is where Surge getting into some pretty dangerous territory, under 1,000 HP. Full Elixir, Ruben just shuts down the path and tries to keep putting miners on the tower.
Exactly, and there's really no way for Surgical to win this game unless he has a crazy chain, which you can't imagine Ruben will allow, because there's just way too much damage already in the lead for Ruben. And then just like we talked about last game, because this is the exact same deck that Surge ran, there's just way too fast of a cycle for Ruben to somehow lose that lead in these final 20 seconds.
Well, he doesn't need to stack ground troops in the way he gates that chain, right? That's the big thing here, is that Ruben's defense is able to totally avoid that possibility. The bomb tower is being played high. You saw the Goblin Gang being played low. So here we go. So far at our finals here, Phoenix is undefeated, and we're going to go into a game 3 with no Phoenix and no Monk. We'll see what these guys...
Yeah, no Phoenix, no Monk, no Miner, no Poison, like some of the things that are the most popular in the meta right now not going to show up. Royal Giant played in game number 1 by Ruben, cannot show up obviously in game number 3. We haven't seen any Graveyard yet, but we did see Zappies out of Ruben, which Zappies have been paired with Graveyard a good amount. So there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts that could happen here in game number 3. But the only thing that we do know, Rich, is that at least in this set, Miner Poison Control with Monk and Phoenix is a 100% win rate. No surprise there.
Yeah, that's not shocking at all, considering how well that performed at the end of our last season and how it continues to perform overall. But now it comes to the question, right? We talked about this being the Phoenix gamble for the weekend, of course. What do you do here into game number 3? So on the side of Ruben, having already played that Monk Phoenix Miner Poison deck, RG Skelly King on his side with Lightning. On the other side, Surge has played that same Miner Poison deck, and then with the Golden Knight NATO Drill. So on one hand, this is really interesting because Ruben's most likely option from a perspective would seem to be Fireball, but on the same side of it, the EQ decks, Hog EQ in particular, is a favorite of his, even if it's not as strong overall in the meta right now.
And that's one thing I was going to say. I actually really like the pull of Hog EQ with AQ here in game number 3 for Ruben. I think that's pretty interesting. But I also think even though bait is not that strong right now, there's a couple bait decks that are iffy, but it's just not that strong in general. But you got to remember, with Monk and Phoenix out of the mix, Surgical Goblin does not have Log, he does not have Bar Barrel, he does not have Executioner, he does not have NATO. So there's a lot of good ways that you could maybe pick him apart. If you did even go back to that Mighty Miner Dark Goblin deck, Mortar, right? Mortar is still really strong, but Mortar has been paired regularly with Phoenix, so it's interesting to one of them go back to Mortar Valk with AQ. That's still relatively good in the meta, especially when you think about the fact that, you know, the meta that they are now living in game number 3 is of old, right? We have no Phoenix, we have no Monk, as you just talked about, so all of a sudden those decks that were strong a month and a half ago are a lot stronger here in game number 3. So there's a lot of different directions they can go. Rich, I really do like the idea of Ruben playing Hog EQ AQ with Giant Skeleton. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but like you said, one of the best in the world with that 4 Elixir devastating card that, like you said, not super popular, but okay.
Yeah, and when you talk about having hog counters out, specifically NATO being out, that does definitely help a whole lot. This is a good situation for Surgical Goblin, because with Lightning out, obviously that makes Archer Queen so much more viable. I think you run something that is typically really hurt by Lightning, you run something with Archer Queen, and then you try to figure out what's a good Archer Queen deck that counters Hog EQ. Right, so you got to come up with has a building in it. Maybe that's why Mortar does get more interesting here. Keep in mind, Log is also out as well, right? So control methodologies are going to be challenging for him. So that's the big math question for Surgical Goblin's portion. But I think it's hard to go into the game right now if you're Surge and not play an AQ deck of some sort with Lightning out, and then they come into the mind games of, well, then what's Ruben going to have to come back with?
Yeah, and I think maybe it was Riley who did a tier list, and I think I saw that Mighty Miner was F tier, the only champion that was the lowest. And while I don't know if he's F tier, I do know. Oh,
this is the replay of the previous game.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is not
yeah.
our game 3.
I was like, this does not make a whole lot of sense.
Back out
so
of this and get into the current game. Yep, there you go. Spectate.
And then, like,
that's the button you want.
There you go. Yeah, down there at the bottom. Looks like they're already in the game. Quite a bit into the game already with only 1 minute and 30 remaining. So we're hopping back in here. Surgical Goblin, Ruben, you guys can see Surge bottom of your screen. And Rich, we pulled it, right? Ruben at the top. Yep. Hog EQ, bottom of the screen. Surgical Goblin going to go to what Ruben, or close to what Ruben ran in game number 1, most likely. Hopefully for him, he's going to have Lightning with this RG deck, and he swaps out Bar Barrel for, of course, the Snowball.
I'm a little surprised at Surge not going with an Archer Queen variation, but maybe he was just going, hey, I think that you might play Light, so I'm going to avoid that, and decides to go with something that's more susceptible to Fireball here with this deck, and of course, with Ruben pulling the EQ. My question here is, I don't think this has delivery, what big the rest of it is. Did he put a delivery in potentially as a counter? Ruben's deck, yeah. Right, did he put a delivery in here? Obviously, on a lot of the time, Hog EQ does run delivery right now. Does he have that in here as against the potential Archer Queen? We do, of course, see the Inferno Tower, which is massive in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be all coming down to what Surgical's spell is. And like I said, probably, you know, Snowball, Fireball is a good combo. And for him, he's really hoping it's Lightning, but we'll have to find out. That Lightning can really, really come into play later on with obviously the Inferno that we're talking about, but also the Musketeers. So EQ cycle, which means you get a free Mother Witch. Go ahead.
Musk is fascinating here, right? Because Musketeer has much been eliminated from the game in a lot of ways because of the Archer Queen. And also on Ruben's side, maybe this is because he didn't want to give as much Lightning value and play the Archer Queen, but now he's playing Arrows as his last card. He's giving up that 3-card cycle, which is often so important with Earthquake, with Hog EQ decks.
Yeah, a little surprising there, especially, you know, in the situation that he's in. Not a great one. Fisherman, Tombstone, and Snowball all available to take care of those hog pushes, which is probably why you saw him cycle Earthquake a little bit earlier than maybe you would have expected. Also, could have just been a cycle thing situationally. But here we go. Giant Skeleton trying to body block. Royal Giant doesn't get a shot in. This is game number 3, guys. Remember, whoever loses this game is getting sent home, at least for this part of Season 2.
And that was a nice Giant Skeleton because it prevented the Mother Witch from getting to the Goblins, which is massive for that exchange, and you can see the results of that. Ruben now up by a significant amount on the left-hand side, Arrows to clear off that big chunk of skeletons here, and Ruben's defense just seems locked down as in the sudden death overtime.
Yeah, I mean, those arrows actually doing a really, really great job for Ruben, because every single time that Surge tries to use that Skelly King ability to clear a path for that Royal Giant, distract all the defensive units, Ruben just gets to pull a trigger on the late arrows, clean it all up, and then he finds himself in a great spot defensively. And also, let's not forget to give a little bit of love to our goblins here. Those goblins getting a ton of value, and Surgical Goblin doesn't have a great way to get on top of them. We'll see if later on he maybe tries to go Snowball and then a Mother Witch at the bridge to try to get some piggies on the board right away. But that's a big risk and moderate reward payoff.
So we'll see if he can get something in front of this Mother Witch. The Zappies do get in front a little bit. Lightning takes that Inferno Tower down. Surgical Goblin trying to battle back with just 75 seconds left, and is only about 100 and change behind, maybe 160 HP behind Ruben. And with those piggies, he narrows the gap significantly, just a few seconds elixir.
And I like building a push from the back here. That's exactly what I was just going to say. I'd love to see Surge build a push from the back. I want to see him try to get 2 Royal Giants on the board. He misses the drop there on the Tombstone, so now he has to overspend on that Hog Rider. And that's trouble, man, because every single time you overspend on those defenses, it hinders your ability to get back on offense. And now Surge is just caught in a brutal cycle situation against one of the best in the world with Hog Rider.
Yeah, and he's trying to save these Lightnings to break through, but it's also a question of, is there a point where you play the Lightning for the bridge fight? And also, he wants that Lightning damage on tower. So he's got too many different targets for it. Right now, this is a big opening. That Inferno Tower not going to be back in cycle until later. There, oh, never mind. I was actually had my count. The Lightning does give him enough room, and now with 17:49, 14 seconds left, it's on Surge to get back to RG one time. Maybe a tricky Lightning here, prevent these hog shots. I think this is going to be Ruben going through to our next stage.
What a really, really nice last-second Hog Rider there from Ruben, just making it impossible for Surgical Goblin to get back on offense. You saw, he had the Skeleton King and the Zappies at the bridge, but still have to play that Tombstone just to make sure, because you're not, you know, the Zappies plus the Skeleton King could probably stop the Hog, but if they don't, you 100% lose that game. Whereas, you know, Surgical Goblin knows, I have to stop that Hog hit 100% if I want to stay in this game. Really tough place to be in between a rock and a hard place. And you called it, man. Ruben able to come out on top. Minor poison control with Monk and Phoenix. Each got him a game, and they're in game number 3. RG could just not keep up with that Hog EQ deck. And hey, we called it. Hog EQ for Ruben. Worked out well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very smart pick for him with so many Hog counters out of the game. And also a smart play not to go with the Archer Queen here because of the ability of Lightning and the Lightning being there. And this is, you know, this is one of the things about this kind of dual mode play when you get into game number 3. Those little adjustments, the Inferno Tower in here as you're trying to use and you have for to get that win. Very smart deck picking here on the side of Ruben as we take a look at some of the action from this. The arrows here, Andrew, you talked about it, they were a significant factor in this matchup.
Yeah, you know, it's great. When you see that cheap, or I guess your smaller spell, it's tough when you have Earthquake and arrows. You know, which one do you call the smaller spell? But I'll just go with arrows for this conversation specifically. But you see right there, arrows just coming in, putting in work over and over again. Also, the EQ paired with the arrows, that's going to help with the Mother Witch. That's going to help with the Zappies. It's also going to help with Tombstone cleanup, right? Hog comes in, gets a hit on the Tombstone. Arrows come in to clean up the skeletons behind. That's going to allow a hit. So there's just really was just a great draw there by Ruben. You have 2 medium spells, still able to spell cycle without getting too far behind an elixir. And then again, just great cleanup with the arrows every time that Skeleton King tried to come across, because then you still have the Earthquake to deal with your offensive push. Whereas a lot of times with Swarm, when you're dealing with Swarm with that Hog EQ deck, you have either log or you have to use your Earthquake defensively, which is never that fun.
There's an interesting question here with that match, because we saw that we were just one Lightning difference between a loss for Surgical Goblin there. And at what point do you make the decision of, I'm going to try to play defense the best that I can, recognize I can't break through with RG, maybe get them to play that Inferno Tower, because sometimes that Inferno Tower preempted Royal Giants rather than reacted to the Royal Giants. At what point do you start trying to play a little bit sneaky here and do a bit of Lightning Cycle there at the end? I know Lightning Cycle sounds crazy, but we have seen it used as a breakthrough tactic against decks like this before.
100%. It's a real thing, right? Lightning Cycle is absolutely a relevant way and a prevalent way to play the game right now. It's really tough, you know, and you wonder, like, this deck maybe isn't Surgical Goblin's favorite deck. It's not his comfort deck. Had that been the situation, maybe he would have gone for Lightning Cycles a bit earlier on, maybe not try to get that last RG down. But it's also really, really tough because every single time you Lightning Cycle, Ruben is such a smart player. He goes, cool, I'm going to try to get 2 giant skeletons down on the board then. Maybe that's my way to go through. So then you have 2 giant skeletons, a Hog Rider, Zappies or whatever. No, excuse me, not Zappies. Those are on Surge's side. But you have that big push coming across the bridge. And then Surgical Goblin finds himself in a spot where he's like, I have no idea how I'm going to stop this defensively. I only have Tombstone as my defensive building. Yes, I do have Zappies. But if the Zappies are targeted on the giant skeleton and the giant skeleton is body blocking that Fisherman, there's no way to get that Hog off of the tower. So it's just a really tough spot. I don't disagree with you, and I'd actually love to talk to some of the best players in the world with Hog Rider and EQ to see if that would have been their kind of Achilles heel in that matchup, because you're right, man, those RGs, they weren't going to break through ever. And then the one time when it looked like he might be able to, what happened? Inferno back in cycle, but played in a different spot. So just really, really great stuff there by Ruben.
Well, and then you have, of course, let's take a look at the bracket for this one. You have that issue with the Mother Witch being kind of a dead card in there. So that was a rough spot for Surgical Goblin, but we have gone to our first round and some pretty expected results here overall. V25 and Doom, both coming off of World Finals appearances, will meet in our quarterfinals in our next round upcoming. Ruben will move on to match up with Adnan. Once Adnan the Great, Tone or Titan is going up against Sosa, so Asaf once again has an early exit from one of these events. No shocker here. Mohamed Light won against Enos. We'll see if he continues to do what he does. And then Matea going over Z in this one. Matea continuing to have some good opportunities to make big moments in Clash Royale. We'll see if he picks that one up here against the Pharaoh.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is, Rich, we caught the only set that went to 3 games there, which is exactly what you want to see with names as big as Ruben and Surgical Goblins. So that'll be it for Surge here today as Ruben moves on to go up against Adnan. But of course, Vitor and Doom, a great matchup that we're going to catch here in our quarterfinals. Looking here at what Vitor and Doom were both playing in their first set. Doom going up against Hugo. Game number 1, Hugo came out with Mortar again. No surprise there. It was Giant Skeleton Mortar with Musketeer. We all know how much Hugo loves to play Mortar. And, you know, Doom was ready for it. He ran RG Lightning with Hunter in game number 1. Hunter, Goblins, Fishboy, you know, pretty standard deck. But then in game number 2, which was a little different, Dominic comes out with, of course, Phoenix, because you have to play Phoenix. And I think Dominic expected, or Doom expected to go 2-0 against Hugo maybe after game number 1. He goes Monk and Phoenix and Elixir Pump with Rage and Mirror. So a deck that kind of makes you shudder, makes you kind of want to take a shower after you hear about the 8 cards that are played, but Dominic played that very, very well. And then when you look at Vitor, he kind of does the same thing in the sense of game number 1, he goes Lightning, he goes RG, he goes RG Skeleton King, which is what we saw a lot of in this set. And then in game number 2, he played that deck that I was talking about at the very top of the show with Monk, with Phoenix, with Lumberjack, Magic Archer, and Ram Rider. This deck has been showing up a lot, and I was watching Vitor on my friends list before we went live. He is a big fan of this Phoenix, Lumberjack, Ram Rider combo. I think there's a couple of cards swapped out because this is dual mode, but this deck is really, really strong right now, Rich.
Well, you know, you talk about some cards that we've learned really benefit from Rage, and there was that big E-Golem Rage deck going around with Phoenix. It's still out there a little bit, but you saw how much Phoenix benefits from being raged up, the attack speed already being so high. Then you mix that in with how Ram Rider's already so annoying, and while you don't run a lot of Lumberjack Ram Rider, when it does get run, that raged up Ram Rider is really, really hard to stop. And those already almost unstoppable tower connections become basic foregone conclusion. So you have some really great synergies there between the Lumberjack and those other cards. Plus you add in that ground distraction and DPS of the Lumberjack, mix that in with the Monk's defensive capabilities, ton of DPS on the back end, and an absolute avalanche on the opposite board.
Yeah, and as we've seen so far, you've got to win when you've got the Monk and Phoenix in your deck. If you're playing a best of 3, winning matters if you've got the Monk and if you've got the Phoenix. That game should be a shoo-in every single time. So remember, guys, when winning matters, think Snapdragon. Big shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, our sponsors for the event. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. And talking about when winning matters, this one's a huge one for Vitor and Doom, not just because of where we're at in SPS, but because, like you said, this is a 2 world finalists that just saw each other in Finland a couple months ago. You know, one of them wants to walk away from this set going into 2023 going, all right, I got you, man. I got you at the end of the year. You know I did. So a lot of fun there. We'll see who picks this up between 2 great players of the game. And yeah, you talk about the other parts of that deck that are super strong, man. Is, you know, you have the Magic Archer, you can play up high to snipe whatever defensive unit they play in the middle of the board, or the piercing damage to get through to that Princess Tower, and then putting the Monk on skates. You throw that Monk in front of the Ram Rider, activate that ability, it becomes so tough to get on top of the Ram Rider, and then of course deal with the Monk after the ability pops, I should say goes away. So there's just so many layers now with these new cards getting added into the game with all these different things, right? The Phoenix isn't a champion, but it has 2 lives. And the Monk, while it might be slow, putting it on skates, getting it up front to defend a Ram Rider, it's just kind of fascinating to watch the meta evolve and new decks pop up. And the other thing that we haven't talked about a lot today, Rich, Freeze. Freeze has been really, really popular because you talk about Monk and Phoenix and what happens, and then also how popular Graveyard is. Freeze just stops everything right in its tracks, and it makes those 2 cards much easier to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, trying to win the fight at the bridge is such a different bit of math right now, especially because you kind of want Phoenix on your side of the board so that its egg is less pop over one more time. But the Monk then makes that middle of the board become so much more complicated as the ability gets activated as well. So yeah, that's a really interesting and challenging thing about this deck that I do hope we end up seeing it from Vitor or from Doom as we go into our next game, because I'm excited to see it in gameplay as well. No NATO in with Magic Archer, which has pretty much been, I mean, Archer's hair blowing in the wind as he's trying to line up that super shot. So you're very curious to know Magic Archer in there. I mean, no NATO in that variation of Magic Archer. Kind of thinking more again, of course, we're in that bridge spam world for Magic Archer rather than the drill spam or the minor wall breakers version.
Yeah, and what's also fascinating is kind of seeing the uptick in melee units and melee buildings because of the Monk's ability, right? This is just like a tangential conversation now, not specifically talking about that deck, but kind of, right? Because the Lumberjack is showing up more and more because Lumberjack is melee, high DPS, can get on top of that Monk and still do damage to the Monk while the ability is popped. Tesla we've seen show up more and more because Tesla can help get on top of those Phoenixes in the air and help clean up the eggs and can still get on top of the Monk without getting the bomb bouncing back, which is why Bomb Tower can be a tough draw sometimes. So all these things kind of being added into the mix, it's really, really fun to watch the competitive meta evolve with all of these little layers being thrown in, different ways to think about playing defense, different units, the Zappies, right? Pros already talked about how strong Zappies were in general. They don't think they need to get nerfed. They don't think they need to get buffed, but they're just so good. That was before either of these cards came into the game. I truly believe Zappies are a straight up counter card to both the Phoenix and the Monk. And you see why, because of that melee attack, even though it's ranged, and because of the stun for that Phoenix to keep it away from your tower and deal with those eggs.
Well, you know, when you talk about counter cards, Andrew, as we go into a match here in a moment with Doom known as a lava player. I mean, even so much so that we saw that Lava Hog didn't get the full surprise with the Lava Hog attempt at World Finals. And, you know, you talk about counter cards. The initial thought process was that Phoenix might end up being really nasty with Lava Hound. And it's been the exact opposite, where the presence of Phoenix has absolutely destroyed the presence of Lava Hound decks. I don't think any Lava Hound decks finished in the top 200 this last season. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's something like that. And then so you mix in the Phoenix itself being a nasty counter for Lava and the Rise of Executioner, or things that counter the Phoenix, which just happen to also be good counters for the Lava Hound. So there's been this thing where the deck that Doom is known for is pretty much dead in the water because of the Phoenix meta. Now, does that change here in dual mode, where as you get more information, maybe someone plays Phoenix early, or they play a Phoenix counter early, and then you have Lava maybe in game number 3? That's a possibility. But it does change that thing that you always have to be worried about when playing against Doom.
Yeah, and you know, the Phoenix, just to kind of piggyback on that point, everyone kind of talking about, and I even saw on Twitter, you know, when Phoenix was in test gameplay and people were kind of looking at what it could do, some people are like, oh, it's going to be a worse Mega Minion. And obviously now, after it's been in the game for a while, we see it is probably 10 times better than Mega Minion for only 1 elixir more, 2 lives. That pushback, the death damage, all those things come into play, right? Because, you know, Lava Clone becomes less effective because of that death damage. The fact that you can drop that Phoenix wherever you want to snipe a unit away once it crosses the bridge behind the lava. The fact that you can play it right on top of the lava right away and then body block for the Phoenix. Like, there's so many different great ways to defend sky attacks with the Phoenix. And then you talk about adding in a building. If you're playing against Balloon, easy money, right? Drop the building, let the Balloon come around the Lava Hound, then drop your Phoenix on top of the Balloon. So I completely agree with you. Phoenix and all the counters to Phoenix and how much poison we see in the game has been really, really tough for people that like to play in the skies. But, you know, the other side of that coin, people that like to play on the ground, we've seen a little bit of an uptick in Golem. We've seen a little bit of an uptick, if you talk about going back to the skies, in Loon Freeze with Executioner and other cards around that. But yeah, man, Lava Loon, Lava Clone, Lava Miner, not super popular right now. And I bet Doom is not happy about that.
Well, you know, on top of all that, Andrew, you're talking about the Phoenix being compared to Mega Minion. The Phoenix looks way cooler than Mega Minion, right? If you're sitting out, which one do you want a shirt of? Do you want a Minion shirt or do you want a Phoenix shirt? The Phoenix just looks pretty rad. So well designed in that respect, and same thing with the Monk, looks pretty cool as well. So I'm happy to have some new looks overall. I'm curious to see also, there's been this, as long as we're waiting for our next matchup, there's been this big trend this last year of updating the card art for these different players. And I'm very curious, you know, what card would you update the art for if you had a choice, right? Who would you go and say, hey, it's time for a makeover? We've had their new look, the new Royal Giant look. Who really needs an update to that look?
All right, let me look. I gotta get my phone up because I'm pretty sure I have my decision made already, but I just want to scroll through and like really quickly just to make sure. Okay, so the ones that pop in my head right off the bat, Dark Goblin and Rascals, but that's also a bit biased. But I love the idea of Dark Goblin getting a facelift because everyone knows how strong Dark Goblin is right now. It's been so strong ever since it's got its buff, but everyone's leaving it alone because of all the other strong cards in the game. I'm going Dark Goblin. I love that guy.
And you know what? I'm going to go a very similar route with a low elixir card. I'm going to go Ice Golem. Ice Golem
I was like, you're just going to say Ice Golem, right?
Yeah.
You want sunglasses on him is what you want.
I want some sunglasses Ice Golem. I want him to look friendlier. Most of the cards, they go to make them look badass. I want the Ice Golem to look like what he is. He's a friendly little who wanders around the arena, distracts and things. He doesn't hurt anything. He goes and he makes your tower a bit colder, right? The Ice Golem needs. I think the Ice Golem. Who's the what is it? Otto from Frozen, right? Just go ahead and let's get a Disney mashup and change his picture entirely.
I like, for some reason, Abominable, I think is the name of the movie, popped in my head, where it's all about like the giant Yeti out there. I was like, that'd be good, fun art for the Ice Golem. But also, I knew 100% that you were going to say Ice Golem. Let us know in the chat, guys, what you think would be the absolute best card to rework art-wise. And don't worry, we're about to hop into the game here in just a moment, waiting for Dom, waiting for, of course, Vitor to start. And then for you guys that maybe didn't catch it just a moment ago, we're at Vitor and Doom right now. Then we're going to move on to Trainer Adnan and Ruben, to Tone Sosa, and then Mohamed Light and Mateja. But that's enough out of us. Let's hop into the action here. Vitor, Doom top of your screen, Vitor at the bottom, and Vitor starting with the drill.
Here we go, and Doom going lava in game number 1. So all this talk that we just had about lava, not viable, etc., and the first thing he does is come out with Lava Hound. So maybe he was listening and decided to just make us eat our words here and go, Rich, Andrew, I'm going to show you just how viable this is right now. Of course, we will never know. Actually, you know what? I can throw in some DMs and be like, hey, was this a shot at us or was this just you wanted to play it? But here's the problem, Andrew. Boom. Executioner out for Vitor.
Yeah. Yeah, Executioner out, but here, Lightning comes in. Lightning is not going to take care of that X. He does get some damage on tower, but a lot spent there, and you know Vitor is going to put the pedal to the metal now. Exactly. Mini P.E.K.K.A right behind that Golden Knight, and there's a couple things here that I want to touch on. First, Giant Skeleton connection on the left-hand side. Great job there by Vitor, just going naked Giant Skeleton at the bridge, trying to get damage on top of tower. Second thing, Rich, going back to our conversation at the top of the show, we did not expect to see a lot of Phoenix in games number 1. So maybe Doom goes, I don't think I'm going to see Phoenix or Monk in game 1. Let's bust out Lava Hound.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Once down on the right-hand side, and Doom. That is the only worthwhile emo. I mean, that's maybe of the crying skeletons. A crying emo is the only proper expression of emotion at this stage. And, I mean, Doom just, this is not the gamble I would have taken in game number 1, because you have to imagine that Vitor is potentially, if he's not going to play Phoenix, he's definitely playing a deck that potentially counters Phoenix as he's concerned about it. This is just, you know, Doom is nothing if not stubborn, right? He definitely wants to do it, and we're seeing him do his thing right here. So, you know, I think for him it's regroup and hope for matchup in game number 2.
And I love what and Vitor gets the connection. Golden Knight still going to get on top of tower there for probably 3 swings. No, just gets 2 as that sizzle gets turned up by the Inferno. Lightning going to come in, but obviously not going to be enough. Arrows now paired with it. But then I was going to say, there's got to be a second air defense card, and it's probably going to be Ewiz. Ewiz comes down. We all know this deck. The only big change in this deck is you see that mini P.E.K.K.A. But, Rich, I love what Vitor did here. You know why? Because he went for something that could counter Phoenix, counter Monk, counter the meta all the way across the board, and it's paying off.
Does have to get some control on the right side. Vitor's not out of the woods entirely here. This should be his win. I think Doom might. Does he just ignore the...
Yeah, he's just over it.
Out. But that's fascinating here because...
He's in a horrible spot.
He is in a horrible position, but he was making... Vitor was starting to have to make not ideal defensive choices, right? He'd gotten 1,000 HP. He'd gotten that left-hand tower down to under 1,000 HP, and didn't have any big spells, right? So while I understand the sentiment there and that it was... was Vitor probably going to win? Yes, he was probably going to win. But it's curious to see that, hey, that in this situation where he can't force a win quickly, that you don't play it out and keep that pressure on. I'm a bit surprised there.
Yeah, you know, and again, I think that just kind of goes back to the personality of who Doom is. I bet he probably saw the matchup, saw the situation, saw the first couple minutes. He goes, you know what? I know myself. I know this game. I need to just step away. I need to lightning the King Tower, and I need to reset, because you talk about what Vitor played really, really worked out in terms of looking for Phoenix and Monk. Didn't find them, but he did find Lava Hound, as you said, Rich. Executioner coming in really, really strong. Ewiz coming in to deal with the Inferno. And then the other side of it, for ground units, we have Valkyrie and we have Tombstone, right? That's it. So to try to deal with the pushes that were about to come in from Vitor, had Doom put up more of a fight, there's no way. There's absolutely no way with just Valk and Tombstone to stop that push.
Well, we never know, of course, if someone might disconnect or if they suddenly they just decide to change their lives and not play anymore. So who knows what could have happened, but I definitely understand the thought process. Sometimes you have to regroup and get ready for your next match. So this does open up some interesting questions, right? Is that we have the Lightning now out and in a weird format. On one side, from Doom's side, okay, look, a lot of the cards there, especially Lava Hound, Balloon, you weren't going to use much elsewhere, but Tombstone does take out a lot of the RG and Graveyard decks. Let's go into our next game here in just a moment. You don't have the Lightning anymore, so he did basically just tell Ruben, he did just tell Vitor, I am definitely not playing Royal Giant, which is really nice for Vitor from a deck picking standpoint.
Yeah, no Tombstone, no Lightning, always tough to play RG. In that situation. And then here from Dom, it looks like we might be seeing the deck that we were talking about, Rich. Goblins coming in here, obviously Lumberjack, Magic Archer, Phoenix, all showing us what we want to see. And then just to let you guys know, Vitor is at the top of your screen now. Doom is at the bottom, so maybe a little confusing from game number 1, but it's about who requests and who accepts. So now, just to let you guys know, Vitor is up 1 game, and he is on the top of your screen, and he's rocking Royal Giant here. As we said, Doom could not. Doom responds with the deck that we've talked about at length today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one in action. of course, the big interesting thing about this deck is there's no building for Doom to slow down those Royal Giants. So he's relying on the Lumberjack, which does absolutely melt an RG, especially if it's uncontested. The knockback from that Monk, and of course the slowdown from the Ram Rider. All good weapons here against the Royal Giant, but he doesn't have the distraction, so we'll see how much that's a factor as we get later into the match.
I'm fascinated to see how Doom starts to play these defenses, Rich, because all those things are going to come into play that you just talked about. And for Doom, it's a question of, you know, how exactly do I want to defend when the RG comes across the bridge? If I get a Lumberjack up high, it gets pulled away with the Fisherman, probably blown to smithereens by that Hunter. So then maybe you want to get the Goblins up high to deal with it, but then there's that log locked, loaded, and ready to go. So as we've talked about many times with Royal Giant, as you guys can see, Vitor kind of slow playing. There's that log looking for it. There's the Fisherman looking for the Lumberjack. So basically everything I just talked about came into play. Phoenix on the tower, massive, massive damage in for Vitor, and we see a zap on the King Tower again. That's it, man.
That Monk got absolutely destroyed. That was just the Phoenix stayed on the board forever, and the Monk was a non-factor. And I think Doom's waving the white flag here. He's throwing in the towel, and this will be a clean and easy 2-0 for Vitor, who will move on into our semifinals after a devastating performance and two really rough matchup situations for Doom.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about the matchup there in game number 2, I don't know if it was as bad as the one in game number 1, and honestly, I will look at the matchup percentages here in just one moment. But what did happen was all the things that couldn't happen on that last defense just went completely awry for Doom, right? You talked about the Monk getting shredded, the Phoenix getting on top of the tower, the log coming in for the Goblins, the Fisherman pulling away the Lumberjack. Literally everything that I talked about that could go wrong went wrong for Doom there and went right for Vitor. So an easy 3-0 win there. And Rich, if I look up at the matchup percentage, 7 or more cards matching, it's actually pretty much a 50-50. If you go to the exact matchup, it's actually a 61-39 in favor of Doom. So Doom just not getting his bearings, a couple mistakes there defensively, and it's game over. He didn't even get a Ram Rider out. The Ram Rider is the best way to stop the Royal Giant, right?
That's a huge problem. The sequencing defensively against that big Royal Giant push was a problem. So it could have been the possibility here, right? We're just seeing the tower go down, not the sequence before that led to the tower being down. But it was the sequence right there earlier, where maybe it was the sequencing on defense. The Lumberjack got pulled away. The Phoenix was still down on the board. The Monk was unable to survive. Just too many things happening at once and going the wrong way. And you know, this becomes an interesting question, right? Where the Fireball ended up being a non-factor here, and depending on how you view the matchup, this deck, while it's meant to run Fireball typically, did that end up being a dead card overall for Dominic in this matchup?
So Vitor moving on to our semifinals. He'll be facing off against the winner of our next matchup between Ruben and trainer Adnan Royale, whatever you want to call it. Oh, and the last thing, Rich, I think about that last push was that, you know, the Goblins were played early on by Doom. So that let Vitor know, okay, so if Goblins are out of cycle, he has to defend with Lumberjack. Like all of the things kind of that the equation got solved for him because of the early Goblins being out of cycle. He knew that the Lumberjack was going to come down on top of the RG. He just kind of had to play what he thought would be the most likely response. So trainer Adnan, Ruben here as we move into our next matchup of the quarterfinals. Doom, that's all we're going to see from him today, but he does walk away with $500. Congratulations to him. This is a fascinating one, right? Because we saw Ruben in set number 1. He did drop game number 1 to Surge with going up against Monk, Phoenix, Minor Poison Control. But otherwise, he played a really, really nice set, running the same deck back in game 2, and then, of course, coming out with Hog EQ Dominance in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was again, not just gameplay, but deck picking there in game number 3. You just saw the other side of it, where some deck picking challenges out of Doom. Ruben doing some really good work as we get into game number 3 for that matchup, and he totally shipped that one all the way through. And speaking of shipping, DHL, a major sponsor of this event. Thank you very much to DHL for coming on through and helping us out. And of course, if you have the chance, you can go ahead and visit the website below, esl.gg/DHL quiz, to go ahead and get your shot at a big voucher, and you can ship that whatever you want all across the world.
100 euros. That's like no joke. That's real money
No.
that we're talking about here. So make sure you guys go and have fun filling out that quiz. You're definitely going to have time in between our games as we're about to hop into another game here. Looking at what Adnan ran in his first set against Sosa. Game number 1, he goes Goblin Gang, Fisherman, Royal Hogs, Zappies, Rich. So we talk about the rare times that Fisherman shows up in a deck that isn't Royal Giant. Zappies, Royal Hogs, Goblin Gang, Fisherman, Royal Ghost, Arrows, Mother Witch, and Giant Skeletons. So super, super weird deck. And then in game number 2, Rich, he went with Drill, Wall Breakers, Golden Knight. So one of the only players we've seen today, he goes 2-0 in his set, no Phoenix and no Monk. Very, very surprising there as we look at the stats of our next matchup.
And, you know, Adnan might have the better win percentage so far in this event, but you talk about overall lifetime. Yeah, Adnan has the higher ladder finish than Ruben. I thought Ruben had a number 1 somewhere in there, but I could be totally wrong. But Ruben, of course, a longtime ladder champion and a world champion for CRL. And he's not invisible, which is a big win for Ruben when you're trying to make it around the world. I mean, just avoiding being hit by cars is massive, being visible. So well played there. Of course, you know, maybe Adnan being completely unseeable to the naked eye could have some advantages as well. So good luck. Of course, if his troops were invisible, that might be helpful for him to win against Ruben. But unfortunately for him, there are no invisible troops yet. Although you could say that the Ghost is technically invisible to the other troops on the board. So, you know, there you go.
And talking about Ruben in CRL 2022, we saw him end in that number 71 spot overall, number 96 in stage number 3. He's a guy that's been around forever. Actually does not have a number 1 finish, Rich. For some reason, I thought he had a number 1 finish as well. He's got a number 4 in the global tournament. He's got a number 5 on ladder. So good job with those guys in the graphics. And then on the other side of it with Adnan, you know, rocking the player profile mini Adnan right now. He does have a number 2 finish. It was in 2020, December of 2020, and we are about to hop into the first game between these two guys. Obviously, both very good at the game, both been around for quite some time. Ruben, however, more success in competitive. Adnan, a little bit more success in ladder. But the biggest thing for me, Rich, I'm surprised that Adnan did not run Monk or Phoenix in the his first set of the day. A bit of a flex, if you will.
A flex, or let me make a supposition here, Andrew. As this says mini Adnan, is it possible those cards are not unlocked on this account? And that then puts him in a really difficult position deck picking wise. That's a legitimate possibility. I'm gonna actually go to the.
I'm looking at his cards page now because that's absolutely hilarious. And I don't.
Does he have it?
I see Phoenix.
Okay.
I don't.
But he might not have Monk.
See Monk.
So
oh no, excuse me. The only card he has yet to find though is Skeleton King on this account, which is pretty hilarious to me. He's got a level 12 Monk, but hey guys, you could be the best or some of the best in the world and not have every card unlocked. Adnan showing us right now.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty sure on Trainer Adnan on his main account that he has everything under the sun unlocked. And a personal best, by the way. I saw that 6K personal best. A personal best of 85.49. So an 8.5K player, not a 6-point-something K player. So I'm sure he has all this stuff unlocked on his main. But on his mini, no Skeleton King unlocked, which by this point is almost like it's like you haven't figured out how to use it. It's like you don't have belts for your pants. It's like very strange.
Going out of your way to like not get a card unlocked, then obviously he saw how strong Monk was. He's like, I got to get this right away. So here we go. Game number 1, hopping in about 15 seconds behind, but Ruben going with Wall Breakers and Bandit already. This could be the Mega Knight deck with Zap in there. No big spell. We'll find out here in just a little bit, but Magic Archer changes up that thought process just a little bit.
And I, for one, am thoroughly shocked to see a Phoenix. Just wanted to put that out there. That it's
never would have thought we saw it again. I will say, going back to our conversation about Mega Minions and Phoenixes, at least the Mega Minion wins the annoying sound battle. Because the Phoenix, when there's that moment where the Phoenix is on your tower, you have nothing to defend, and it's squawking in your ears, it's very demoralizing.
At least the Phoenix doesn't say, but I'm the Phoenix.
Just be the worst addition on top of it.
Yeah. A little reflection here by the Monk. Now, there are some I have not seen anyone try this one yet. There are some interesting King Tower activations available against the Monk. One of them being the Bar Barrel against the Monk, especially if you Bar Barrel NATO, right? You can Bar Barrel into the Monk, it turns back into a troop, and then you NATO it to your King Tower. But I'd be curious to see if someone is playing a Magic Archer NATO, if you could NATO that Monk in Magic Archer and use that reflection to King Tower activate.
I know, it becomes so fascinating when you talk about all the different things that can happen with that Monk and its reflecting of those range shots. And right now, Ruben just keeping up the heat. He's going to get a double wall breaker connection and Goblins on the tower, just recognizing where his opponent was in cycle. No E-Spirit and no log, and just absolute devastation.
1167 left-hand side so far. Ruben pitching a fairly clean game and keeps the pressure on. Has the feeling he's not up against NATO, so happy to just, again, force Adnan to react rather than get to make his own choices here. Log plus everything will take care of those wall breakers, and now it's Adnan with his first real chance at a counter push. Gonna end up not adding much to it, though.
Yeah, the Magic Archer here almost walks out of the sight range, goes off the other lane. Skeletons come in to turn that Magic Archer around, get on top of this Phoenix Egg. Nice play there. Ruben turning that, we'll call it a slight misfortunate defense into some nice offense here as that Royal Ghost gets on top of that right-hand tower. And right now, Adnan just really struggling to deal with all the pressure coming in from Ruben. And now we finally see Adnan getting on the offensive, and he had the elixir to do it. Lightning on top of the cannon, gonna get you one RG shot.
2028, not quite back in the game yet for Adnan, but certainly keeping himself in the conversation. Keep in mind, Ruben does not have a big spell. So as time goes on, that can become a bigger and bigger factor as long as Adnan can prevent the wall breaker and Magic Archer connections. He'll usually pick up those drills pretty well.
And you talk about the, the game getting deeper and deeper here into double and getting closer to triple. That's when you start to really worry if you're Ruben, because that deck can get so strong that Adnan's playing. It's not super heavy, but it's a little heavy. You talk about triple elixir, double RGs coming down, Zappy's controlling the board. Can be very, very tough to get that last little bit of damage that Ruben might need.
Yeah, I mean, Ruben's gonna want to try to be have to be using these drills on defense potentially a fair bit here. This deck does cycle fairly quickly. He does have the log, but really it's log cannon are the two major ways to prevent RG connections, which means that drill is not going to be as involved on offense. And you see right here, drill on defense to sit right in front of that Royal Giant and prevent that next chunk of damage.
Well, Ruben has such a substantial lead that he garnered early on in this 5 minutes that he's just going to try to hold on to that. And you're right, man. Drills coming out defensively is going to be really, really important. Over-defend, and then the other part of this equation for Ruben is get as many Magic Archers down on the board as possible, because those Lightnings are going to have to pick and choose where they want to go, as you saw right there. Lightning goes to Princess Tower, and Magic Archer leaves the cannon alone, but still a drill has to come down defensively. Another Magic Archer on the board. Always get those Magic Archers down, but the Lightning cycle is real.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ruben is having to defend both the RG, but when he stacks up the RG, he gives Lightning value. Currently ahead, but not ahead by very much. Ruben has to make some serious moves. No NATO here. So he has to keep on cycling drills, get logs on tower, and now down to 481. Can Ruben get the damage? Does take the slight lead here. 384 to 481. Can Adnan get around in time? Cannon to stop the Monk. The Lightning gets in. The block's not enough because of the HP, and there you have it. GG, well played. Adnan wins by 137 in a nail-biter.
Barely missing that lightning block. I don't know if it was to the front. He drops the wall breakers in the back. I think the wall breakers would have blocked were they in the right spot, but not 100% correct. You see the cannon come down. Cannon obviously is only one unit, not going to do it. Great timing by Adnan. That's still one of my favorite things to see in this game, Rich, is as we're careening towards the end of the match, in those final 30-ish seconds, you always see these players do that math of the cycle race, what their opponent's going to play, and how much elixir you need to hold on to make sure you can get that spell cycled 2 times by the time it ticks to 0. And that's exactly what Adnan did. Great plays there. And for Ruben, that's a tough deck. I mean, it's not one of my favorites out there. I'm not good with it, but you talk about Ruben in that game. The thing that you talked about, massive lead early on, Rich, but not able to get damage in late game with just a log.
Yeah, that's really hard. I hope we can go to the replay there at the end, see how much HP was on the tower, because level 11 wall breakers have 331 HP. So I think that tower, and this is one of the hard parts, right? Because all these pros know what damage these spells do, but they don't necessarily have every single card's HP memorized. Right, so I'm guessing here that tower was a little bit above 331, and so those wall breakers don't end up pulling the lightning damage. So if we can get the replay on and check that, that's one of those things where, you know, I'm sure there might be a player or two who has the HP memorized of some of those low cards, but it does seem unlikely that there's many who would know exactly how much that is with wall breakers. So if we can't get the replay, great. If not, that's my supposition here, was that the math was just like, because sometimes I know this is me at least, often with some of those lower cards, I go, okay, I don't know the exact HP, but it might be close, so let me try the block, and maybe I get lucky here. Yeah.
200%. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ruben was in the same boat. I doubt he did the math right away. That would have been an insane level of math in a very small window of time. But yeah, just trying to get units down to body block was the idea there. Didn't work out. Adnan plays a great game number 1. And what I loved about that game is that he didn't let his bearings go to leave him, right? He was completely on top of it the whole time. He recognized, look, I went way down early on in this game. No problem, because you talked about it, I talked about it. Not only does it get harder for Ruben to get damage on tower, it gets easier for Adnan to start building those brutal pushes, or as we saw, just lightning cycle his way out. So hopping into game number 2 here in just a moment, Ruben back up against the wall, could be eliminated. Winner of this set plays a Vitor who has not lost a game yet today, and he's done it against some great players, obviously just sending Doom home as we saw a moment ago in our quarterfinals. Rich, I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I'm having a blast. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 for this matchup and see if Ruben can go ahead and get this one back. You know, Andrew, we're talking about that. I know for myself, like, when I am in a matchup and I see that I go down early, but I recognize that my opponent can't force the finish, they have to break through to finish, I always take a big sigh of relief here. And I feel like Adnan probably had that moment, the same thing where he goes, oh, okay, there's no point in the game where I'm 100% out until my tower is within range of 1 log. So let's go ahead, regroup, and force this thing. Now, curious note here, Adnan playing Miner Cannon with archers, and there's been a debate lately. I know Julesy posted about it on Twitter, maybe got a little bit of heat for some of his conversation there, but I agreed. You know, you have archers that are a great counter to Graveyard, but are in almost no decks right now that are actually meta. Here we see Adnan putting them to work.
Yeah, I mean, the archers are tough, right? When you talk about those range units that don't have a lot of HP, archers are one that get kind of shredded by that monk, and they're a lot harder to pick and choose where you want to place them, I feel like, than something like a Dark Goblin, right? Dark Goblins you can still play on the same side of the board, but you can still or the opposite side of the board, and you can still snipe units coming across and avoid the monk because of that range. Archers, I think, is just a little bit harder.
And tap does not get there. It looked like that Ram Rider maybe just got, like, she looked the wrong way for a second as she was boloing and just forgot to tap the tower. I don't know what happened there. Felt like those, you know, you see a video of somebody walking through a intersection yelling at somebody and they bonk into a light post. That kind of felt like what happened right there.
This is a fascinating deck here from Adnan, too, because a lot of times you see you see Mortar with Valkyrie and Archers, you think NATO and Rocket, but then you also throw the Cannon Cart in there with Snowball, you could be thinking Mortar GY, but then GY with Miner doesn't make a lot of sense, but GY with every other card in the deck does. So this is a fascinating deck here for me, at least, from Adnan.
And another non-touch there. So Adnan throwing up the thumbs up as Ruben sets up his next push. Barb Barrel to try to help against that Mortar. Valk will do a lot of DPS there and make sure that Ram Rider goes nowhere. The big push is behind, but we really are seeing the Phoenix and the Monk kind of get shut down here. Except for
I've scrolled back over 20-ish, 30 games from Adnan. He has not played this deck one time. But a fascinating pull here in game number 2. Especially when you talk about, again, the Archers and the Cannon Cart both giving great value to that Monk, but not really being a factor thus far.
And the Cannon Cart there on its second phase, protecting the Mortar on the left-hand side. As we go into sudden death overtime, no player has really broken up a big lead here. Adnan going to get close to tying things up, and what a reflection from the Archer. What was the math on that reflection, or was that just the, that was just the tower going back? It looked just for a second like looked for a second like it was going from Archer to Princess Tower, but then I remembered that they're both shooting, which has been happening since I started casting Clash Royale.
And yeah, dude, this deck is a really fascinating one here from Adnan. It ends up just being minor poison control with Cannon Cart, Valkyrie, and Archers. But Adnan doing a toe, and you see right there, and he knows. He misses the kite. He misses the pull. Phoenix on tower, Ram Rider on tower. GG, well played. We are going to game number 3 as Ruben piles up at the bridge there, Dark Goblin in tow.
Well, it wasn't just that the Phoenix, the first Phoenix didn't get pulled. It was that Phoenix was almost dead, but the Ram Rider was tanking for the Phoenix. So this 1 HP Phoenix just kind of like meandered on into a tower and then pecked the heck out of it. Next thing you know, Adnan was just like, all right, well, I guess we're playing game number 3 now because that happened. And there you go. Phoenix breaking on through and creating serious problems and sending us to a 3rd and final in this quarterfinal matchup.
So we hit refresh here. Adnan uses Phoenix and Monk in game number 1 against Ruben there. Obviously works out well for him. Ruben bounces back here in game number 2. And as we head into game number 3, I mean, that deck from Adnan is fascinating. I'm sure maybe I'll get flamed for it online, but it's one that I haven't seen yet at all. You talk about the Cannon Cart, you talk about the Archers and how much value they can give just to the Monk alone. Obviously, you don't know 100% you're running into Monk, but it just, those cards aren't as popular right now because of that exact thing. And we saw that come through, I think, only a couple times. But Ruben playing something a little bit different than what we've seen, but kind of the same idea. You got that Dark Goblin there as well. Great pileups at the bridge and an easy game 2 win.
Well, the weird thing for me in that matchup from Adnan's perspective is he played Phoenix Monk in game number 1. Ruben didn't. And so you're like, okay, Ruben's down. What's the likelihood that he doesn't play Phoenix and or Monk, specifically Phoenix in game number 2? It's high that he plays it, right? 70% in favor of Phoenix coming out. The fact that you're coming up with a deck there that doesn't really have strong answers specifically to the Phoenix, maybe his hope was to clog up the middle and then get the DPS down that way. But to come out with a deck that had so many problems matching up with Phoenix and Monk and no real hardcore answers, little interesting choice there in game number 2.
And what's fascinating is you look at the deck from Ruben, you have Lumberjack, you have Dark Goblin, you have Phoenix, you have Monk. With the Ram Rider there, you have 5 win conditions, honestly, at that point. It's crazy because the Ram Rider, you think about, what the Ram Rider play, if you're just playing Ram Rider, you've got Mortar, you've got Snowball, you've got Cannon Cart that can fall off of its wheels. So there's so many ways that you would normally deal with that Ram Rider, but then you add in the Phoenix, you add in the Monk, you add in that Dark Goblin, and it becomes a completely different conversation. And you can see there, Ruben could pick any way that he wanted to break through and just win, right? It didn't need to be the Ram Rider, right? The Ram Rider actually wasn't it. It was really just about the Phoenix pileups. So pretty fascinating when you talk about that matchup there in game number 2. Percentage-wise, I'm sure we won't see a lot because, that matchup has only happened 6 times in history, all going in favor of Ruben's deck. So pretty interesting stuff here as we move through this. And honestly, just very surprising decks that I've seen out of Adnan all day today. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, this is interesting because Adnan now, Monk out, Phoenix out, Lightning and Log both off the board. Snowball, Mortar. We saw Ruben go to Hog EQ in game number 3 last time. With Lightning out, of course, that does open up the possibility for Archer Queen significantly. But there's still a lot of ways to shut down the Hog Rider with the NATO still being available. Keep in mind, Adnan still has both the Skeleton King and the Golden Knight here. My guess is he plays NATO. If I were Ruben, I would not be playing Hog here in game 3.
Well, Rich, you gotta remember, he actually doesn't have the Skeleton King.
Oh, that's right. He has Golden Knight and Archer Queen. Yeah, so probably NATO in here. So my guess, Ruben, maybe going an RG variation with the Dark Prince and the E-Spirit. And smart call on Ruben's side not to go with the Hog. Wait a second. It's got to be RGEQ then. There's no way this is Hog because, Adnan still had NATO and...
So Starmie, Dark Prince with EQ out of Ruben, and then Adnan we all know what this is. It's the drill deck with NATO, probably going to be EQ and Magic, or excuse me, and Electro Wizard. There's the RG come down that you called, and Adnan says, well played.
Yep.
No building in cycle.
It's an interesting RG variant. RG EQ certainly was popular for a while. We haven't seen as much of it lately, but now no building, RG EQ. Does he protect this? Yes, he gets the Dark Prince down ahead. So he's going to go ahead and try to win this bridge fight. Trying to think about the math here between these matchups, right? So you have the Mini P.E.K.K.A., which is going to be a really nice addition for the defenses against the Royal Giants, right? Mini P.E.K.K.A., Ewiz, probably NATO, and then the Drill. So very interesting setup here for Adnan, as Ruben does have the EQ, and my expectation here is Adnan has no big spell. So I think this could be decided, Andrew, off of one big bridge fight.
Well, what I love, too, is that you saw Adnan give out the well played to Ruben. That's going to get on top of tower. That's just a weird cycled Skarmy in the back, knowing that you're playing against Golden Knight. Not the best pull there. Love the Giant Skeleton up high. Going to give the lineup, and now there's no way to get on through to that Magic Archer. Already, Adnan just pouring it on, then gets the Barb Barrel in. Talk about capitalizing on a brilliant opportunity, almost sewn up the game already. And I was just about to compliment Ruben, because Adnan complimented Ruben by playing that Skarmy, because Skarmy's a really great pull here. No Valkyrie, no Poison, no Snowball, right? None of those cards available for Adnan. No Log, no E-Spirit. So Skarmy should be getting an insane amount of value in this matchup, but you play the Skarmy in the back, you allow that chain from the Golden Knight, and that just really makes that whole conversation I had with myself go out the window.
Yeah, this really feels like they both were trying to counter-snipe the win condition that they both played. You have a lot of answers specific to Dark Prince, and that's not as popular in RG decks these days, right? The Dark Prince being a great counter to the Drill. You talked about the Skarmy on top of that as well. Other side of it, Adnan putting in the Mini P.E.K.K.A. here, this Mini P.E.K.K.A. Giant Skeleton variation. Both of them look like they were trying to, again, make a good read on the other. It does feel like Adnan's going to come out on top here, though.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing that is nice about this for Adnan is that Golden Knight has actually been doing a really good job dealing with the Skarmy, which is what you want to do in this situation, because then you have the NATO to deal with everything else, right? You can pull a unit away from the Drill. If he defends with Skarmy, you can clean up the Skarmy. You can still line things up with the Magic Archer, as we're seeing right here again from Adnan, getting another shot in on tower down to 319. Just great stuff.
Dark Prince does turn around. Now, this is going to be a pretty big push here from Ruben. Mini P.E.K.K.A. distracted by the Skarmy, but NATO just wipes it all off. And this is feeling like the end here for Ruben in these final 75 seconds.
Just a great call here. I mean, we both said, like, touched on parts of it in this last game here, but that Mini P.E.K.K.A. coming in, just because you know how popular Royal Giant is right now in the meta, it feels like Royal Giant is as much of a must-have in a set as Phoenix or Monk, and RG showing up here in game number 3, just a really, really great call to throw in that Mini P.E.K.K.A. Adnan, you know, maybe a little bit of BM, but also it could be one of those situations where he's just like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, you pulled your 8 cards, I pulled mine, and I found myself in a way better matchup than you did.
Yeah, that's a good situation for Adnan overall. You know, again, the sniping, counter-sniping there working out in his favor, and that's a nice big win for him, and one that does take him from a guaranteed minimum of 500 now up to 1,000 with making that top 4 here. So a nice bag taken home for Adnan with the dub. And now we are down to our top 10. Is that right? We have 10 players remaining, as we have got two of our semifinalists, and then 8 more quarterfinalists to go. I can do math.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That was all great. I mean, I was able to follow along, but not able to do the math in my head. I think we're going to take a break before we hop into the next quarterfinals match. But before we do that, you know, we can, thinking about our bracket, we've already said goodbye to 2 of our world champions, right? Ruben says adios to Surgical Goblin, and now we see right here Ruben getting kicked out of the tournament by Adnan. So only Mohamed Light stands. And then when you talk about world finalists, only Vitor and Mohamed Light are standing here still in our competition. Mo Light is something that we'll be getting to in just a moment, as we are, like you just said, Rich, halfway through our quarterfinals. We have Titone and Sosa and then Molite and Mateja to close out our quarterfinals. But we will be taking a break before we hop into that. Before we do that, Rich, any thoughts on what we've been seeing before we take a short little break?
This has been a refreshing day so far of Clash Royale. Of course, as the balances come in, the meta's shifting a bit, and I've seen a bunch of stuff today that is different than what we saw just a couple weeks ago, casting for the North American Split 1 finals. And speaking of refreshing, if you want to go ahead and get the energy for that final push, go ahead and try a Monster Energy drink. Are you tired? Do you want to turn into a monster? This will solve at least one of those two problems, potentially both. So go ahead, Monster Energy Drink. Thank you very much for sponsoring this tournament and bringing us a way to wet our whistles as we try to grind our way through Clash Royale.
Yeah, I mean, Monster Energy Drink, right? The drink of all the top ladder players at midnight on that Sunday trying to get that #1 finish. Got to stay up late no matter where you are in the world. But guys, we're going to be taking a short 5-minute break before we hop back into our quarterfinals. Of course, semis and finals along the way in just a little bit. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2, Split 1. See you in a minute.
Yeah. And then also, don't wait for us to...
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to That's where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean, y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series EUMENA, Europe, Middle East, well not EU, EMENA, Europe, Middle East, North Africa competition. There we go, yeah. It's always, you think, but Europe isn't always the union. It's a whole thing. Have you heard of Brett? Never mind, we'll get into that on another stream.
We got time, let's get into it.
We got time. This is now, we are in the quarterfinal phase of our top 16. It's a single elimination bracket, and we are down now. We've got 2 of our semifinalists. We have 2 more matches coming up, Andrew, to find the remainder of our top 4.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far today. Only 2 of our sets have actually gone to game number 3, and that first set was between 2 world champions. The second one between 2 world finalists in Vitor and Doom, and of course, the aforementioned Surgical Goblin and Ruben. But Surgical Goblin and Ruben both out of the mix, as is Doom. Vitor stays alive, and like you said, Rich, moving through our quarterfinals, we're going on to our 3rd match of the quarterfinals between Titone and Sosa. And this should be a lot of fun. 2 guys we haven't seen yet today. 2 of the names that you and I know very well, but maybe the rest of the world are getting a little bit more familiar with as they continue to build their professional careers here in 2022, which they've been doing a lot of in 2022.
And of course, they both have to keep an eye on the person in front of them, but you know what they are both looking at right now is just praying that Matea somehow takes out Mohamed Light so that they don't have to face him in the next semi-final. Both of you guys, again, you know, you talk about, it's so interesting because being top 12, top 11 on ladder is an unbelievable performance, right? Anytime you break top 100, top 50, like that you're getting into rarefied air. But it's so funny that we live in a world where these guys being 11 or 12 as their best finishes on ladder seems so insignificant compared to guys who have a 1, a 2, have a top 5 finish, even though that still makes them better than 99.9998 repeating whatever that number would be of players who've ever touched this game.
Yeah, and when you look at their, professional resumes, it's not a lot of a surprise when you look at those finishes and them being in that top 0.00020%, whatever it is, because you look at Sosa and you look at Titone. Titone ended up getting number 48 in that stage 3 spot in 2022, just barely missing that next stage and, of course, our world finals. Sosa, on the other side of it, finished in 105, 128 in stage number 3, so just one step behind Titone, and both of them very, very happy to be here today, right? Sosa was able to beat us off in game number 1. Sosa went to exactly what you'd expect if you really want to pick up the game. It's how we started our day today, with just minor poison control with Monk and Phoenix. And then in game number 2, Rich, big surprise here, he went to Royal Giant, right? Those are probably the 2 most popular kind of archetypes, win conditions we've seen. Tatone did it a little bit differently against Inthrill. He does go minor poison, Phoenix, Monk, you know, poison control in game number 2 to close things out against Inthrill. But in game number 1, he ran poison, or excuse me, he ran Graveyard with Freeze and Bowler, Baby Dragon. So kind of a change on Splash Yard, if you will, but Graveyard Freeze, which is something that you and I talked about being pretty strong right now. We haven't seen as much. Graveyard Freeze really popular. Got a little bit less popular because people started to needing to counter Graveyard because it was showing up so much. So we've started to see a little bit more Balloon Freeze, but we did see Tatone offline play Graveyard Freeze earlier today, so I'll at least be excited to see that as we hop into game number 1 here. Tatone and Sosa, who will it be? We'll find out in just a minute.
I know you talk about Sosa, who you said was kind of a little bit more on the outside, and man, Hog to open, NATO. That's just a bad luck situation for T over there for Tatone as he opens things up here to run right into the NATO in hand for Sosa. Although Sosa, of course, taking a little bit of damage there on that left-hand side. And interesting, Hog Phoenix. Hog Phoenix EQ. Just goes to show you, Andrew, that Phoenix really can fit in everything. I had a roast beef sandwich last week. I bit into it. There was a Phoenix inside.
A little bit of Phoenix in there. Not as gamey as you might think. Yeah, there's like this change up on 2.6 that we've started to see, and now this just kind of all the way all over the board here for Tatone. So Hog EQ with AQ and Phoenix, and Rich, you hit the nail on the head. Phoenix can literally show up in any deck and still be incredibly strong.
Yeah, I was playing at the Hard Rock Casino last weekend and pulled a Phoenix in the river. It was a hit a bad beat. It was great.
So right now,
I'm gonna do that a lot today. If you're watching
I'm
at
ready
home,
for it.
Yeah, if you're watching at home and you're like, I really hate that, I'm doing a few of those. So buckle up.
So Sosa, looking at the lead that his opponent has, decides to get on offense himself. Bar Barrel to clean up those Goblins, Cannon to clean up that Royal Giant, but still a decent push coming in here, and that Phoenix is going to get at least a couple little beaks, bites, whatever you call it, on tower.
And that lightning was nice because not only did it create some more damage, get the AQ off the board, but it forced that little extra out of Tatone just to make sure that the egg didn't pop. So it forced out one extra elixir expenditure, and that's some ill timing for the EQ against that Tombstone.
Yeah, Tombstone goes up high to go to the push spot, right? That way you could push the Hog Rider into it, but Hog Rider decides to go opposite lane. Now no Tombstone in cycle, and that push from the Monk is going to actually push it towards the tower, so it doesn't do any good knockback there. And yeah, another great lightning here from Sosa. And yeah, just to piggyback on the thought you had a little bit ago about that lightning being great and it baiting out that elixir, that one elixir Fire Spirit, was it also just made sure that, you know, like you said, AQ off the board, don't have to deal with it crossing the river. They were even in elixir. Really, really nice heads-up lightnings from Sosa so far.
2144 to 1874 if you look from the top left to the bottom right. Those are the current numbers here. As keep in mind that Sosa has gone Monk plus Phoenix, and curious to see, let's look at this push here on the left-hand side, easily picked up here by the Tombstone, that Tatone does not played his Monk in this one, so we'll see if he finds a Monk synergy for a later game. I do believe, I could be wrong, that he was at one point an Expo player a long time ago. So I'm wondering, I know I have seen some people play Monk Bow.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe he would go that direction, depending on the results of this one.
Yeah, Monk Bow has been showing up quite a bit, and of course the other side of that is defending against Expo with Monk is a wonderful spot to be in, but you know, no Monk gonna be, no Monk would be available for Sosa, so that's something that he doesn't have to worry about. But of course, that's looking into the future as we're still in game number 1 right now, and pretty close, really, 12-13 to what looks like 11-65. Yep, now down a little bit lower than that, 1003 with the EQ coming in. One
more thing about Sosa, we talk about ladder, but obviously the entire game has changed. Sosa finished our first ranked season, the shortened season, 5th overall in rank. So solid performance there for him in our most recent season in this meta. So you understand why he's performing well overall in this tournament. Of course, he has to do a bit more right here with 40 seconds left, being down by about 700 HP.
Yeah, and that Earthquake cycle can give you a nice little lick of damage at the end. Otherwise, you can just overspend on defense, which is, I'm sure, what we're going to see right now. Log going to come in to push that Monk away. Log goes back, though. Perfect timing on the ability. And just like that, Sosa making this a little bit closer than maybe Tatone would like.
RG not going to get on tower because of the cycle back to a cannon. East are the Fire Spirit in, Log in, Monk not going to reflect, and can he get the lightning back around?
Not enough time, not enough elixir.
GG, well played. Tatone takes game number 1.
Yeah, Tatone taking game number 1, only using one of the quote-unquote overpowered cards, so we'll see what he wants to do. I mean, Rich, this is the other thing that comes in, you know, like you said, we have been seeing Monk bow a little bit more these days. You know, is it X-Bow in competitive has never been very good, but do you just play Monk just cuz? Right? Like, do you always play Monk in a set, or do you, because Phoenix, I feel like if you're going to game number 3 and you never played Phoenix and you end up losing a set, I think that's a fail. Whereas I think if you play Phoenix and don't play Monk and you go to 3 games, it's maybe not quite as bad on paper.
I don't think Monk is as necessary. Now, there are some interesting variations with Monk in there to help protect some of those bridge pushes. So curious to see if he does find some other way to get Monk into the mix. But overall, Monk isn't a necessary piece of the equation, the same way that Phoenix is. But you know, I actually need to go ahead and take a look. I'm going to go jump into some deck picking and looking and see maybe if there's, what are the decks right now that are popular that are Monk but not Phoenix? Do any of those exist right now? Because why not play Phoenix?
9 Phoenixes played on both sides. No surprise there when you talk about how popular it is. So let's hop into game number 2 here. Tatone going up against Sosa. One of these players has no Monk or Phoenix. The other one still has Monk available, and I'll be curious to see what those results are that you find, Rich.
And the most popular deck that I can see right now that has Monk but not Phoenix is a bunch of 3M variations. 3 different 3 Musketeer variations, a 3M pump, 2 3M pumps, and a 3 Musketeers Hog Rider deck. So those are the most popular versions that have Monk but not Phoenix. And then after that, there's some random stuff like some Ram Rider, some bait, and then Expo after all of that.
Wall breakers in both directions? Could be. It's usually what you see out of this deck at the bottom of your screen, and obviously wall breakers already out at the top of our screen.
And what's the champion in Tatone's deck, or is this a non-champion variation?
Skeleton King back down in the back there, looking for some souls here. MK comes in for Tatone.
So potentially,
and with a heavy deck with only 1 spell here, Tatone gonna have to make sure he does a very good job dealing with these skellies in a smart way so that he can always have that that zap ready just in case wall breakers come in.
So this is potentially a no champion deck out of Tatone. So we'll see if that's the direction that he's going in. More likely than not, it'd be strange to see a champion mixed in there as card number 8. And Miner goes to the inside, recognizing...
Like I said, that last card should be wall breakers, but hasn't played him yet. A little weird.
And recognizing that NATO's out. Yeah, happy to go there early.
So I guess maybe because it's Magic Archer, it could be something different. As an MK cycles in the back, looking to meet that Skeleton King here in just a moment. As we see a drill push come in.
I was going to say, Mega Knight plus Prince is such an obnoxious combination. Same as Mega Knight MK, but Mega Knight plus Prince, if Tatone does have a zap or the arrows in cycle, and he wants to save those arrows now for those wall breakers as much as possible. But if he has zap and cycle, and there you go. That's just devastating.
Yeah. And also really nice timing there on the Bandit. The Bandit was actually tanking for the MK there for a second. Arrows come in again, and now wall breakers have to come down. Now, while this will not get a connection with the Prince, there is a good amount of elixir on the board coming offensively here for Tatone. Cleaned up very easily with that Skarmy. Nice play there.
And there's an easy expenditure here with the bats to take care of the Skarmy and get a little bit of positivity out of that one. So as we go into sudden death overtime, the lead right now by a hair for Tatone, but it does feel like the momentum may be shifting his direction, although big counter push coming in from Sosa on the left-hand side.
And we'll see if arrows come out to get on top of that Dart Gob, or if he just lets the MK take care of it. The Zap comes out on that right-hand side, and Sosa has to reset here. Sosa down a game. 17:05 to 17:45. Very, very close here in game number 2.
Tatone's doing a good job of elixir management here in the second half, right? Because you saw, like, hey, he could have spent arrows. He could have spent a lot of things defensively there, but instead just chose to let the elixir he'd already spent do the job. And that's the only thing about this deck, right, is that it is a minor chip deck, but it's also an overwhelm deck. And the more he can spend, the more he can play defenses with troops rather than spells, and then utilize those spells on offense, the more chances he has to completely overwhelm. And there you go. Dart Goblin out, helps get the Inferno Tower off. Is he back to Zap here to clean all this stuff up? Doesn't need it. Might save it for this Skeleton King. Let's see.
Yeah, Zap was just used on wall breakers in opposite lane as the wall breakers on the left-hand side connect, but there you go, Rich, that overwhelm coming in. Bats on the tower, Miner tanking for the bats, and just like that, a huge lead, and Prince is in. That's going to do it. Tatone, 2-0. You called it early on. It's about overwhelming. I've played those against those decks before. They can be so frustrating. You add in the arrows plus the Zap, and that spell power doing a really, really nice job in the picking and choosing. Do I zap the wall breakers and then I arrow the Skarmy? Or do I arrow the Dart Goblin? Do I zap, you know, really, really nice decision making there by Tatone.
It's such a frustrating situation there for Sosa, right? Because it's a deceptive deck that you're playing against. You want to stop that minor chip, but the minor chip really is more of a distraction. It's almost like the way Hog Rider is the distraction in a Hog EQ deck, at least, or of Hog EQ of old, where EQ is the true win condition. The minor forces you to make plays against it that then Tatone can sit back and get ready to play troop defense rather than spell defense, and then turn it into that overwhelm. And then just when you think, you know, you kind of want to take advantage of, hey, this deck is so heavy, maybe I can outcycle, maybe I can take advantage when they overspend. But again, you have the small spells to recover from those big troop overexpenditures. This is just a weird one to balance against when you're playing opposite this nasty Mega Knight Prince small spell minor deck.
Well, the other layer on that too, Rich, is you look and what do you have to deal with the bats? You have almost nothing to deal with the bats, which is why we saw them take the tower at the end of that game. It's just a fireball and it's just a Dart Goblin, and that's a really, really tough thing to do because the Dart Goblin is hard to pick in place when you're dealing with those bats coming across the bridge, especially if you throw in an MK and a Prince in that equation. You know, sometimes if you play the Dart Goblin in the middle, it'll get distracted by the Miner. So then you're talking about fireballing a set of bats, but if you spend that much elixir late game on just bats, then that overwhelm becomes more and more relevant, becomes more and more prevalent. That second Prince comes down on the board. You know, really nice stuff there. Weird deck to play against.
Yeah, I mean, you answered what's the hope for the bats? I think it's basically hope is actually the answer that you have for the bats at that point. And taking a look here at some of the action from, this is from game number 1 here, and then now on to game number 2. And yeah, this was the big turning point in game number 2. The bats just get tanked for. As you said, Andrew, all you can wish is that maybe a bat gets distracted and decides to read a book or something rather than destroy the tower. But the weight, just the heavy weight. You know, we talked about that avalanche that begins to happen, and that's what this deck does. Mega Knight and Prince together, lots of kiteability there, lots of distractibility there, but you mix in arrows plus Zap, and the troops you distract with become liabilities rather than solid defenses, and the whole thing is just a nightmare on wheels.
And you saw there at the the end of that last bit of replay was the Dart Goblin, right? The Dart Goblin did get played up high to try to snipe those bats. Arrows came in, and that was it. That was all that she wrote, because there's no other way to get on top of those bats. So as we continue to move through our bracket, we have only one more matchup here in our quarterfinals. But first, remember, when winning matters, which it does right now for Mohamed Light, and more importantly, I think for Mateja, think Snapdragon. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series for a reason. Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. And Mateja and Mohamed Light. Going to be a fun way to close out our quarterfinals. Rich, Mohamed Light's numbers in the Queso Cup have been absolutely through the roof. It was in the 90s. I think he got taken all the way down to the mid 80s after another couple weeks of competition went by. You've been casting that firsthand. The Pharaoh, the Prince of Egypt, the God of Clash Royale, call him what you will. What has that been like for you post his World Finals championship?
I mean, he's still, I mean, look at this. And this competition is over 80%. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter where you're playing Clash Royale, what the competition is, what else he's got going on. Because I believe he started working on AI, is what he's studying, artificial intelligence at university. But it doesn't matter what it is. Mohamed Light is still Mohamed Light. And, you know, you talk about the Snapdragon Pro Series, you talk about that Snapdragon processor. The processing speed is what makes the Snapdragon so valuable. It makes it make phones get supercharged. And there's nobody who has higher processing speed who more exhibits the idea of Snapdragon than Mohamed Light, because the way he brings in information, the speed at which he's able to evaluate, make adjustments within a game, that right there, this guy has RAM for days. There is never a moment where he locks up, and that's just why it's so consistently. You talk about micro, other players have better micro, right? You could arguably say Mugi has better micro. You talk about macro, maybe. You talk about the full package and the ability to process information quickly, Mohamed Light's the guy. And Mateja is a world-class player. Mateja is a guy who is, I would say, without question, top 200, probably top 100, maybe top 50 in the world. But you're talking about a guy who's unquestionably number one.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch Mohamed Light play firsthand or you watch him play on stream, one of my favorite things to do when I'm watching him play is look at the card that he has hovered and then look at how quickly he decides to change his mind to play a more efficient, more effective defense. And that's something that he does time and time again. It's brilliance, it's poetry in motion. There's the reason why everyone in the world out there pretty much says Mohamed Light is the GOAT. And I don't think there's anyone that can really kind of combat that conversation now as we've gone through 2022, as he's picked up that world championship. He was already considered the best in the world even when he lost. Now that he won, it doesn't seem like anyone else is even close. But talking about Mateja, what he did in his first set against Z, game number 1, Royal Giant, Skeleton King with Zappies. No surprise there, right? Royal Giant everywhere, Skeleton King still very, very popular. And then in game number 2, Minor Poison Control with Phoenix and Monk. So Mateja literally went right down the lane, Rich, going against Mohamed Light. I think you're gonna have to change things up a little bit.
No, you gotta go crazy. You gotta go crazy. You're unlikely. Like, first of all, you know that the deck picking on Mo's side, working with Jebez, is gonna he's gonna outpick you, right? Like, there's no way that you can play down the line, especially when you get into game 2 and game 3. It's so hard to get that matchup by playing traditionally. So I think that you try to go crazy, unpredictable, really overload. This is the conversation we always have, right, against more skilled players, and it's the same conversation against Mohamed Light that almost everyone has to have. How do you outpick Mohamed Light and Jebez together? Because keep in mind, right, that when we went into World Finals, that was the big question: is how is Mo going to be on stage? How's Mo going to be without Jebez, or the year before that, Julesy picking in his ear, right, helping make those choices? On stage, you had to pick decks 2 and 3 on your own. And Mo proved that he is just as dangerous in that situation. So very curious what Mateja's going to do here.
Yeah, he did okay for himself there, Rich, choosing on his own on that big stage in front of all those people. And Mateja going Giant Skelly plus Phoenix here in game number 1. Mohamed Light maybe just going for exactly what you might expect out of Mohamed Light. What's the strongest deck in the meta right now? Well, it's Minor Poison Control with Phoenix and Monk. And if you want to win, Mohamed Light, why not play the best game the best deck in the meta currently while being the best player in the world? It becomes a very, very tough game number 1 for your opponent.
You know, it's like, the thing is, he doesn't get bored of the game, doesn't get overwinning, right? And that's one thing. You know, you talk about his consistency. So many players after the World Finals grind just take a break. Pretty much every world champion has taken a break after the World Finals grind, specifically back in the teams days. Mo didn't do that. And here he is again, not doing that. Mohamed Light just won $250,000, and here he is playing his heart out in a for a $4,000 grand prize in a $10,000 tournament, right? No small change, but it just goes to show that the mentality he has for this game overall.
Yeah, and you talk about taking a break. It's almost like the only slight break that he's taken, Rich, is because it's been forced on him by university, which is something that he told us, right? When we saw him in Finland, he's like, look, I'll probably play a lot less in 2023 in general, but I will get whatever path it is to get to World Finals. We used golden ticket just because that's the verbiage we've been using. He's like, whatever, I'll win a golden ticket early on, I'll focus on my studies, and I'll come back and win in 2023 again. So he's here to stay, and you see right there, just great plays. What's the best thing Mateja can do? Probably chain that Golden Knight to the tower with that Goblin Gang loading it up. So what does Mo do? Let's just use a Miter defensively going the opposite way.
And it's the second time here today.
Here.
Okay. Yeah. Very, very nice. This is the second time today that we've seen the mini P.E.K.K.A variation of this drill deck. So, part of that might be just how popular RG is in the meta right now. I don't know. I have to admit, I don't know the mini P.E.K.K.A monk interactions, like how much that counters, but it does feel like mini P.E.K.K.A would be a nice counterplay against the monk. So, yeah, good choices here from Mateja.
Yeah. I've played that a good amount, and yeah, mini P.E.K.K.A really, really great against the monk. Again, any of those super high DPS single target melee, always going to be great. And Mohamed Light has a nice pile up here as the monk is trying to get to tower. That's great poison value.
Yeah, phenomenal poison value here. I don't think he'll get what he wants out of these Phoenixes to go all the way through, but in the end, as we go to sudden death overtime, it's Mohamed Light with the lead and the elixir advantage.
And exactly, using that elixir advantage to his advantage. Instead of using a Ice Spirit or Goblins, whatever you want to use to distract that Gold Knight, he goes up high with the Phoenix, goes Miter to the back, stays on the offensive, keeps up the pressure. And right now, Mateja is just trying to stop the bleeding in both lanes.
Giant Skeleton on the right-hand side. Drill going to go to the front here. Goblin Gang to pick up, and the NATO trying to get some fancy footwork in. Doesn't really get much done here. That might be the most consequential NATO of the game, as that's going to not accomplish much here for Mateja and give Mohamed Light a good opening.
Yeah, I don't love that NATO. I understand the thought process, but that's kind of like a hope and a prayer thought process. It's not really the way the game works, right? Like, that NATO isn't going to clean up the Stab Goblins. It's only going to clean up the Spear Goblins. The Stab Goblins get cleaned up if you NATO and your Goblins get on top of the Stab Goblins, but that's a really, really tight needle to thread. But I guess if you're playing against the best in the world, you need to try to create something out of nothing, and that's exactly the opposite of what Mateja has done so far. He's created nothing out of nothing, and just like that,
the log to
that Giant Skeleton got pushed away. Yeah, that was, I mean, again, Mohamed Light doing what, oh, no!
There was a tiny touch. If we can pull that in replay,
yep.
The Giant Skeleton got pushed away, but then just got touched ever so slightly and nudged back into range.
A half step in, and we sit here and applaud Mohamed Light for 4 minutes and 53 seconds, and Mateja steals game number 1.
Yeah, that Giant Skeleton just walked right on by. I want to see that whole exchange. I don't know if the replay booth can pull that up, but that entire last like 30, 40 seconds or so, because you see the Giant Skeleton just completely walk right by that bomb tower. I don't know if it was a low placement or if the Giant Skeleton got pushed around the outside to something, but the Giant Skeleton just took a quick walk to the tower, and Mo did what he needed to do to try to push it back, right? Got the drill in there to push it back, got the log on it, but then there was this like half tile push back in that some other troop did, and that's just game over right there.
Yeah, I mean, that Giant Skeleton, you get that login from Mo just a little bit later. Those units stay alive a little bit longer, just a half tile too close. And, it looked like it might be far enough away, but that Giant Skeleton bomb has done him dirty in the past. And, you talk about some of the best players in the world being done dirty by the Giant Skeleton. Javi's been there, Ruben's been there, Mohamed Light has been there time and time again. So, Giant Skeleton still very, very tough to manage here, and Mohamed Light pitching a perfect game. literally the curse of the caster. I was just saying, you know, Mateja has created nothing out of nothing, and in that exact moment, that's when the giant skeleton walked towards the tower, and then before you knew it, game over. So this is interesting, Rich, because Mohamed Light takes the deck that you would assume he never loses with, and loses with it in game number 1. No Monk available, no Phoenix available. Mateja still has Monk to play with and has taken game number 1 here. So great. Literally the best spot he could be in.
Yeah, I'll be surprised to see if Mateja goes to 3M or something that is Monk specific. We'll see if that's the direction that he goes in. That would be that would be a fascinating call, right? You're talking about trying to go for matchup against Mohamed Light, going for a 3M Royal Hogs deck or a 3M Pump deck against Mo with that Monk would be that kind of move. It just depends on what you think you're going to put Mohamed Light on, and I don't know what you put Mo on that is susceptible to that matchup, right? So that's kind of the hard. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can see me on screen, just like completely distracted. So I have the live broadcast pulled up here, and I'm watching this interaction like over and over and over again, and it literally. There's like a few things, right? Like Mo logs a little bit early. He doesn't clean up the goblin drill, and he pushes the skeleton, the giant skeleton back like a little too early. He places an Ice Spirit off to the side that then gets NATO'd into the center, which is, I think, what turns the giant skeleton around. You get the Ice Spirit placed like basically even with the giant skelly, but then it gets NATO'd like 1 tile lower, and then the giant skelly takes like a turn towards it, and that's it. I think that's all that happened to get that bomb on top of the tower. And wow, yeah, people in the chat losing their minds. I'm losing my mind. That was a crazy, crazy final couple moments there. And, you know, it's one of those things. We've seen Mohamed Light in person, and we've seen him obviously online a ton. I feel like this is one of those moments where we've seen him frustrated. I think this is one where he kind of laughs it off and is like, all right, man. I mean, he even threw out the good game. I think he's going to be able to bounce back here in game number 2. He knows that he should have won game number 1. It was just a blessing from the Clash Royale gods there. And also a nice NATO.
Yeah, and I'm seeing someone in the chat right now saying Mo lost a game before just like that. I was thinking the same thing. I can't remember what match it was, but there was a time when there was a giant skeleton we thought wasn't on tower. I remember his jaw dropping when he saw the giant skeleton actually touch. So that was pretty bad. I just opened the chat right now, by the way, so I am seeing y'all in here. Thanks everyone for joining us who are watching online, and happy birthday to your 44th for Frost Dust in the chat. Thanks for always being a great supporter of competitive Clash Royale.
So Mateja does decide to rock the Monk. Even though he doesn't have the Phoenix, we'll see what he wants to do. You know, I wonder, okay, so looking like he could be going RG. There's also that Royal Hogs version that we were talking about that could be out there, which was not exactly this, but we did see Royal Hogs paired with Monk. And we saw Royal Hogs paired with Fisherman, so still looking like Royal Giant.
Still looking like Royal Giant, but we are seeing a Phoenixless Monk, so very interesting here. Fireball could still be Royal Giant, but this, I would, if this turned out to be 3M Royal Hogs, I would feel brilliant.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a stretch there, but you never know. As Mo cycles a snowball there, doesn't go for the King Tower activation because I think Mo also believes he's going up against Royal Giant. So E-Spirit touches the right-hand side, a little bit of damage on the left. Mohamed Light in the lead, 28-83, most damage done on the board.
So just taking their time now, and this makes me feel more like it could actually be 3M. Now that Mateja has sat so much on it, right? I think if it was Royal Giant, Mateja would have been trying to make some more action happening earlier on.
If this is 3M, I will give you $100. Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, there's no way.
3M things, it could have been.
I know. It just would have blown my mind to see Mateja try to play that against Mohamed Light. And nice ability there from Mateja. You see, gets a ton of value, gets the mortar off the board, and now Mo goes, all right, I'm going to get a GY in. I'm tired of playing passive.
I think my favorite thing about the Monk has to actually be the hand animation. I don't know why. Reminds me of E Honda.
Yes,
throwback,
dude.
Yep.
Great throwback to Street Fighter there.
Royal Giant on the left-hand side. Musketeer going to work on the Hunter.
Yeah, nice placement there on that Musketeer. Timing perfect as well. Hunter gets a scatter shot, but not a detrimental one on the tower. RG gets one shot in. Mohamed Light has a lot of elixir on the board.
So Fisherman's interesting in this matchup for Matea because the defense for Mo doesn't depend on a massive single target DPS card, except for the Musketeer and Cannon, which both typically play too low for the Fisherman to be a factor. So you see here the Fireball log on the right-hand side, but then Zappies come out right behind it, and this creates some weird sequencing questions for Matea.
Yeah, and then you talk about, you know, the times when the Fisherman can do the wielder dirty. Cannon Cart is one of the few cards in the game, like Giant Skeleton, like Royal Giant, like Golem, you know, like those big tanky units. But Cannon Cart's one of the few offensive units that can actually do you dirty when your Fisherman pulls it to your side of the board. We'll see if that actually is a factor, kind of more of just a novelty thought.
And Mortar not going to connect here, and you'll get the Cannon Cart breakdown on the opposite side of the board. And, oh, yeah, Mo's calling good game right there as the Musketeer gets pulled. Yep.
Well, it's not only the Musketeer getting pulled, but even if that Muskie didn't get pulled with the damage already done on it, dropping Zappies right on top to try to protect it, too much Fireball value comes in. And Matea, just 2 O's, the best in the world. Mohamed Light going home early.
Yeah, this was some really nice work from Matea, and the Royal Giant gets that one more shot, even though the Mortar comes out to push back, but just adds insult to injury here. This was just was some really nice, and look, could he beat out the Fireball here? I don't think so, never mind. There goes the Fireball. GG, well played. This was some phenomenal deck picking here from Matea, going with Royal Giant, but a totally different look on Royal Giant, rather than the Lightning variation, right? Kind of out there with his choices, and Matea just played them very, very nicely, and Mohamed Light found himself in some tough spots.
Yeah, you know, and you talk about what that does momentum-wise for Matea going into game number 2. You spend 4+ minutes just being completely demoralized, just getting bodied by the champion of the world, and then somehow you get a blessing from the Clash Royale gods to get that Giant Skeleton on tower. You know, like I said, I don't think that Mo came into game number 2 down and out at all, because he's got great, incredible mental fortitude. But I do think when you talk about momentum, Matea just on top of that, incredibly, incredibly happy about his situation.
Yeah, very, very much so. He should be, right? That's the hard win. That was the matchup that nobody wanted, and that's the matchup that he just won. And you gotta imagine, he's not only happy, but now so is everybody else in this competition, because everyone's opportunity to win that $4,000 just grew dramatically. So that's everyone's sitting there. He might be getting some DMs, maybe some everyone's buying him Pass Royale for the month, just as a quick thank you for making all of their opportunities go up a bit.
Yeah, tough spot there. You know exactly what Mo is going for to protect that Musketeer from the Fishboy pull, but the Fishboy gets the pull and the Fireball comes in on top of those Zappies, and instantaneously you see Mohamed Light call good game. He knows he spent way too much, got nothing out of it, gives way too much Fireball value, even if the Muskie doesn't get pulled. Great stuff there from Matea, and like I said, an early exit from Mohamed Light. You know, it's a bummer because you always love to see Mohamed Light play, but we're also so used to him winning. Let's take a look here at our bracket. And Rich, I said it a little bit ago, and it actually hasn't changed. We've only seen 3 game outs, and actually Vitor and Doom went to game number 3, as did Surgical and Ruben, but otherwise sweeps all the way across the board, man. Not bad for us casters.
Yeah, no, that makes your day a little bit shorter here, and yeah, the work between on the top side of the board has been great. You know, and I wonder about that, rather how much this is about the matchup situation, how much this is about how polarizing the matchups actually are to slice on through, or is it just one of those days where everyone starts sweeping through? So that's also a distinctive possibility.
So, I mean, I can answer some of these questions, at least Royale API can. Big shout out to them as we take a look, and to Stats Royale, who are giving us our post-game stats. But if you look here, Mohamed Light, 7 cards matching or more. There's only been 6 examples of that. That gives him a 67% win rate over 33 from Matea in that last game. But you go to a larger sample size with 6 or more matching cards, and it's about 50-50. And then you go to game number 1, it's pretty much the same conversation. It was just in game number 1, the Giant Skeleton got away from Mohamed Light, and then in game number 2, Mo Light misses a couple really important interactions that cost him the game a little bit late there.
Yep, and that'll lock you down all the way. So now we go into our final 4. We saw, of course, the bracket just a moment ago, but we do have our top players. On one side, we have Vitor and Odd. On the other side, we have Titone and Matea. And on both sides, as you get into those final matches, what do you want to do? Get your energy right back up. So, of course, big thanks to Monster Energy, turning men into monsters. Since whenever, what was their founding date? Either way, thanks so much for Monster Energy for coming through, supporting gaming all across the esports world, and a big part of making this possible for us today.
I know it says Unleash the Beast, but I do like turning men into monsters since, 1996, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I actually really like Monster Energy drink. I love the white ones. You know, every time we're in Burbank,
I know, yeah,
a couple of those white ones on our show day. Yeah, absolutely love them. But guys, we are now into our semifinals, and then there were 4 remaining players. That is it. That's all we got. Vitor, Adnan, Titone, and Matea. But we got to do a little bit of a break before we hop into our semifinals, give these guys time to reset, give them time to pick their decks. And really right now, Rich, it does feel like Vitor is the true favorite of the remaining 4.
Well, we'll see if he can hold on to that favorite. Of course, join the Discord server for more info on how you can compete in future events just like this one, because of course, this is split 1. There's still a second split of the EUR MENA region for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and same thing for North America. So, of course, join that up. Otherwise, stick around. We'll be right back with more of the Snapdragon Pro Series Top 4 coming at you right next. Right next? What does that even mean?
Scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause
And welcome back to the top 4 for the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. And this is a big one. Final 4 here in our EUR MENA competition. And Andrew, we've seen 3 world finalists knocked out so far, and that means we will have a potential a champion who might be a bit of an underdog. Of course, at this stage, we do have one guy who does stand out, our 2-time world finalist, Vitor75.
Yeah, all of our world champions have said goodbye. All the other world finalists came and went. It's just Vitor which is why right before we took the break, I was saying he does feel like he is the top dog out. It's Vitor, it's Adnan, it's Titone, and it's Mateja. Like you said, 4 stand now as we are in our semi-finals. And of course, 3rd and 4th place each getting $1,000, $4,000 to first place, $2,000 to second place. So because 3rd and 4th place get the exact same prize money, we will not be watching the 3rd place match. We'll just be watching our semis and then our finals. And talking about our semis, Vitor and Adnan both playing very, very well here today. Again, you look at the numbers, Vitor 4-0 on the day, Adnan 4-1 on the day. Every single set that we've seen has been 2-0 other than 2 sets thus far. And Rich, these guys have been a part of both of those sets that went to 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're both playing through the long stuff. And of course, Adnan going with the John Cena look. You can't see me. So far, working out nicely for him. We'll see if he throws it. He already BM'd one relatively nice player in Ruben. Honestly, if he does at some point, if he does beat Vitor, which I pick Vitor as the favorite here, if he does and he BMs Vitor, it might put Adnan as a new front runner for the biggest villain of Clash Royale, because Vitor is the nicest guy. It'd be like BMing Diego B. Like, why would you even do that?
Yeah.
So we'll see if
you don't
Adnan
want to do that.
Yeah, no, not at all.
That's like being the guy that tackles Tom Brady and ends his career. You don't want to be that guy. Yes, you want to see a sack, but not against that guy. You don't want to see someone BM Vitor. And I do have to say earlier, I might have said something that was a little bit confusing. I think because I was a little confused when I was going back through and looking at Adnan's profile, because he had been practicing with Sosa, it looked like, all morning. They had been playing best of 3 dual modes back to back to back. So earlier today, this is just a quick call out because Sosa did make it on through to our quarterfinals. He wasn't eliminated in our round of 16, but I was a little confused going and looking at Adnan's battle history, who did not play Sosa in round 1, but who he did play in round 2 is the guy that you just talked about in Ruben. It was a quick 2-0, or excuse me, a quick 2-1 for him. Like I said, one of the only 2 sets that went to 3. Adnan starts with Royal Giant, Monk, and Phoenix, so he busts out the 2 big dogs, and I guess maybe the 3rd big dog in the Royal Giant being probably the most popular win condition today that wasn't those other 2 cards. And then in game number 2, he goes Minor Poison, but a really weird Minor Poison deck. This one had Archers and Cannon Cart and Snowball. And then in game number 3, we saw that deck that we just saw a little bit ago, Rich, which is that Goblin Drill NATO deck, but you throw in that mini P.E.K.K.A. So we've kind of found our meta already here today.
Well, here we go into game number 1. Vitor bottom of your screen, Adnan at the bottom. Vitor out of Portugal. We talked about it a lot in the past, Andrew. There's lots of countries that are really well known for being major Clash countries. Adnan being German, one of the biggest Clash countries on the planet. You know, Japan's well known, Mexico's well known, Spain obviously, huge contingent, Brazil. Portugal's a smaller nation, and Portugal's not as well known for it, but of course, they've had some good runs. But you talk about the current state of Clash Royale, and there are 2 really critical players from Portugal involved in the scene right now. One of them, of course, being Vitor, we're seeing right now. The other one being Vitor's former teammate on the Portuguese national team, and that's the very well-known coach Jebas, who's Portuguese. So it's a small contingent, but mighty even in this day.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good way to put it. Two of the biggest names in the game. And I was going to say, okay, a few things. Love the first Ram Rider that comes out and tries to keep that Phoenix alive. Love the NATO to pull the Ram Rider and the Phoenix back into the death bomb of the giant skeleton. And then you see right there, oh, I was going to say, that's not going to be a King Tower activation if he tries, but the mirrored Ram Rider comes out. So we have what looks like an interesting deck here from Vitor with throwing Battle Healer in the mix with Ram Rider, Monk and Phoenix, of course, there. And then Adnan just going for what we've been seeing a lot of today. Doesn't bust out Mini P.E.K.K.A, maybe not expecting Royal Giant in game number 1, but does go to something that is very, very good against Phoenix and Monk.
Xe working there against the Monk for the moment. Monk will take its shots, 1-2. I think the third one should be our knockback shot now, as the first 2 minutes of gameplay have passed. No one's broken up a major lead here, 29-17 to 27-91. And Adnan going to force out something high to stop the Golden Knight, and this Ram Rider should get body blocked pretty nicely here. Little bump off, done. And now it's Adnan's turn to start stacking here at the bridge.
I'd love to hear like the game crafting or the theory crafting or whatever the word is that I'm looking for behind Monk ability on the other side of the bridge, right? Because it's basically like if you have a Skeleton King and they don't have a Valkyrie or Bomb Tower down and your Skeleton King has any souls at all, you always pop that ability. Same thing with Archer Queen. Anytime the Archer Queen gets across the river, you always pop that ability. Mighty Miner, anytime you're close to the tower, you always pop it. But Monk, you don't always use it when you're on the other side of the board, even though it's gonna 100% get damage, right? It's always gonna get that Princess Splash damage back, or the Reflect damage back, but you don't see pros using that ability every single time, and I think that's pretty fascinating.
Well, you know, you gotta wonder about the how significant that damage is, right? It is important, but the damage per elixir spent is obviously a big question. And here we go, nice little push on the left-hand side, does get pulled in by that E-Wiz. I mean, it looks like Adnan just came out. Again, this is a great deck to pick for this matchup. Doesn't the second failed King Tower activation for Vitor.
And that Skeleton Bomb, not quite on tower, but the Golden Knight gets there. Great dash comes in. High Battle Healer doesn't distract. And Vitor is really, really taking a beating right now with 82 seconds remaining in overtime.
Yeah, that game of pinball there just did not go his way. Vitor now mirrors up Phoenix into the opposite lane. And it's interesting, right? The nerf of mirror. We went through the mirror meta that was in many ways frustrating. Some people found it fun. Not everyone enjoys that sort of thing. But mirror has come back.
If you found it fun, I have words for you.
Yeah, right. And look at this NATO. You know, finally, the NATO's on defense not working. NATO on offense creates some room. Phoenix to pick up. But I was talking about the mirror Phoenix. I'm very curious to see when as Phoenix gets more balanced, if there will still be mirror Phoenix decks, or if the mirror is only popular now because the Phoenix is so powerful.
Yeah, that is a really, really fascinating conversation because you're right. The Phoenix, incredibly powerful. Now the mirrored Ram Rider opposite lane. I love the call there. Phoenix comes in behind. Ram Rider is stopped by that Goblin Drill. And now this Battle Healer having to put in a lot of defensive work as Vitor is trying to get back on offense, doing everything he can.
And Vitor got juked by his own Phoenix ability, right? The Fireball placed to get the troops that had already been knocked back by the Phoenix going into phase number 2, the knockback of the Phoenix death. So that's one of those ones where still getting some of the mechanics down, and that one just did not go Vitor's way. So Adnan now 1 game away from finals. Good work for him.
That's a fun interaction you point out there, Rich. Fun to watch, fun to cast, not fun to have happen to you. Happened to me yesterday, actually, when I was playing. I just tried to fireball a Dark Goblin off the board because it was putting in work on my Phoenix. My Phoenix got close enough. Death damage pushed that Dark Goblin back half a tile, whatever it was. Fireball missed, and then I had to spend even more to deal with that Dark Goblin, as we know how strong that card is as it came across the bridge. So nice notice there, or nice, putting a magnifying glass on that interaction, as it is one that players are going to have to start thinking about more and more. And you know, this deck that Vitor ran, I get it, right? Like it does make sense, but it also just doesn't feel correct, right? It doesn't feel like it has enough defensive synergy. It doesn't have enough defense to be played that can be turned into great offense. Or even if that's not the case, maybe this deck, who knows, maybe in a month this deck ends up being incredible. It didn't seem like Vitor was incredibly well versed with it yet. You know, there was a moment when I saw him play a mirrored Phoenix at the bridge with the Monk right behind, but there was an E-Wiz and an Executioner down in the center of the board, and that's just way too much elixir to just give away for free to your opponent, and they don't have to spend anything else to get those units to put in extra work, right? So that's units that already got value, and then they're getting even more value, and then you have to play something to defend against them as they cross the bridge. So again, I understand why that deck could be fun. You know, we saw that moment where there was the overspend to stop the Ram Rider on the right-hand side, and then the mirrored Ram Rider came down on the left. But I don't know. That deck felt a little off for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go through, looking at the matchup here. This matchup specifically has never been played before, and one card off matchup has been played twice, right? You get to only 6 cards or more matchup, and it's 10 times. So I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can find the deck itself that was used there and see how much has been played. I don't think it's been played very much at all. This might felt like maybe a attempted a counter snipe or attempted a snipe here by Vitor. The battle healer is the weird piece of this one, right?
Yes.
The rest of them you see all have a purpose. The battle healer, it kind of feels like this went, hey, a lot of this stuff works nicely in an E-Golem deck. Let's kind of switch things up here a bit. A very weird mix-up because the battle healer benefits from being in a scrum. And the battle healer, there's no opportunity for a true scrum in this deck.
Yeah,
I think
that's a really good way to put it. That's good verbiage. And Rich, I was able to pull up what you're talking about, just the deck history. It's only been played 21 times in its entire history, so that makes a lot of sense as to why, you know, it's something that you and I haven't seen a lot of, and maybe why Vitor didn't come together for him. I think the idea of it being a counter snipe, maybe looking for something like Royal Giant, is not a bad call there, right? You have a lot of good defensive units on the ground. You have ways to distract the Fisherman without just getting the Monk pulled away. You have the NATO, you have the Zappies, you have the Ram Rider to stop it from getting closer to your tower. There's a lot of good pieces in there, but just didn't work out for Vitor.
So here we go, game number 2, Adnan with the advantage here. And keep in mind, we're talking about the cards that are out. Adnan, only spell used was NATO. So lots of opportunities here for him. You think maybe this might be double small spell here. Also could be Arrow's Fireball for him as well. On the other side of it, NATO, Fireball, both out. You see Vitor going with Poison with this Wallbreaker drill deck.
And that Flying Machine gets on top of tower. Nice play there. No ability comes in for Adnan, but just great stuff from Adnan. Vitor caught off guard, caught looking.
And I wonder if he had the elixir for the ability, because if he'd popped the ability, that Monk would have tanked even longer for the Flying Machine. I guess the Poison would have taken the Flying Machine off, so 50-50 shot on that one. And now just stacking here at the bridge. Adnan going to 0 a lot in this game so far.
You know what? And it's working out really, really well. He's just kind of got Vitor's number here in terms of cards to respond against. The Arrow's doing a great job. You know, that little bit of fancy footwork that we just saw with the Flying Machine. Adnan just in his zone at the moment. Vitor striking back in both lanes, now in the lead.
And Monk goes up to the top there for this one. Poison working, one Goblin gets on tower. That's real damage here. Vitor right back in this one, but he has to contend with this matchup. And here we go. The Phoenix being out, the NATO being out. So now Adnan going to the skies here with this very interesting variation of Lava Miner Phoenix. Here we go.
Yeah, and for Vitor on the other side of it, he's just putting in great work and a great draw. That chuckle there for everyone at home that maybe wasn't sure. It's the last card played by Vitor in the best moment. Great draw there with the Inferno Tower coming out as his building. And maybe even still looking for Royal Giant, Rich, as Royal Giant has been so popular. You have 2 buildings to deal with it and a lot of offensive pressure you can put in the other lane for cheap. Vitor maybe just trying to cover all of his bases. He finds himself in a very fortunate matchup, maybe still not getting what he was looking for.
And Poison does not cover the Flying Machine, which now is just finally in to Princess Tower range. So 90 seconds left. Vitor has roared back, wants to get poisons on tower if he can.
Dude.
But never mind, who cares?
Say.
Why poison when you can wall breaker? GG's, game 3, let's go.
When you play a monk and then wall breakers come down and then you play a miner after the wall breakers have come down, you're in trouble, my friend. And Vitor did a really good job of picking apart his opponent's cycle, knowing exactly what he had available, sending in those wall breakers for the coup de grace, and a really, really nice bounce back in game number 2 there. As we go to game number 3, felt like Adnan was really in control for all of game 1, a good part of game number 2, and then Vitor just flips it on a dime.
You know what wall breakers remind me of? I don't know if you ever remember as a kid being at a large event, like a state fair or a carnival or whatever it is. And if you were running through the crowd from one place to another as like a 8-year-old or something, weaving through all the people, that's what wall breakers feel like to me. They just they're unnecessarily quick. They just slide through everything. Somehow they fit through tiny gaps. And the next thing you know, kaboom, your tower's down. So Vitor, giving me some throwback memories here to my childhood with that wall breaker connection. And Adnan, very interesting here to go with a deck that is counterable specifically by the decks that come out to counter Phoenix. He hadn't played Phoenix in game number 1. He goes Phoenix in game number 2. And it's just one of those things where I understand why, hey, you're up 1, why not try to put the nail in the coffin here? But also, it's one of those things where you're playing not just Phoenix, but also a deck that is countered by the stuff that counters Phoenix in game number 2. Weird choices from Adnan here.
Yeah, and then you talk about, recognizing the matchup that you're in. You basically always need to make sure you have either your Tombstone or those arrows available to play defense against the wall breakers, because everything else is too slow or too distractible. With the Inferno, with the Flying Machine, with the Monk, with the Miner, right? All these things, it's just, you can't rely on them for defense, and that's exactly what Vitor was able to pick apart and then send in those wall breakers to end things. Really nice recognition by him, and yeah, man, Lava Hound just in a weird spot right now. Just in a tough place to be, depending, even in that game, right? There was no Phoenix, but there was Inferno Tower. There's always, Poison is so popular right now. And Poison, when it's not popular, Fireball's there. So there's just so many ways to deal with all of these things. And Adnan got his number drawn in game number 2. Vitor now going into game number 3. Very interesting thing, right? Because it seems like RG is kind of the go-to for both of these guys because it hasn't been played yet, and it's been the most popular kind of win condition we've seen maybe this weekend that isn't just some combination of Monk plus Phoenix plus Poison. But the other side of it, neither of these guys have used Miner. For Adnan, he hasn't used any of those big spells out there. He's only used arrows and NATO and Barb Barrel, whereas Vitor on the other side of it has used Poison, has used Fireball. When you talk about the spells available for Vitor, we could go Freeze GY, which I would actually be okay with. Even Freeze Loon, I'd be okay with. But then also the thing that I think is kind of slapping you in the face if you're analyzing for Adnan is that Lightning is available, Barb Barrel is available, and Royal Giant is available. So pretty tough to put Vitor on one of these things specifically.
It feels kind of coin flippy for Adnan from the deck picking situation, right? Because you do have a really strong Graveyard lean and a strong Royal Giant lean. So we'll see which direction he goes in, and it's going to be something cycly and quick, maybe Hog EQ out of Vitor, noticing that the NATO's out of cycle or out of play. So that's what it's looking like right now.
It does feel like Hog, and I really like the Hog over the Royal Hogs, right? Because Fireball's still available, Bomb Tower's still available, but when you just take it down to that singular Hog with no NATO, that does change that conversation up quite a bit. So Vitor going with Mortar Ice Golem AQ, something that you don't see a lot of. And
hey, Snowman, what is Vitor doing today? You know what? I think Vitor is kind of like, hey, you know what? Let's have fun. And maybe he's trying to get some revenge for the BM against Ruben earlier. Who knows? But wow, minor E-barbs, and that's just, bro, your tower, dude.
What a brilliant sequence there by Vitor. He lets the MK come across. He decides to deal with it with those elite barbarians, and then you add in the log snowball the snowball fire spirit combo, and then the late log. Wow, Vitor just with a weird deck in a weird spot ends up putting a ton of damage in, and Adnan already throwing up the white flag.
Shouldn't Ice Golem just look a little bit friendlier? He doesn't look unfriendly, but just like
he looks a little scarier than he should.
It's like that's like a Halloween Ice Golem. I want like a nice holiday. I want like a holiday Ice Golem, one that would be in the movie Elf with Will Ferrell.
We should start spamming our good friends over on the dev team. I'm sure they'll love that.
Hey guys, we have a suggestion. Have you put any resources towards reworking the Ice Golem picture? I know it's pretty high on the list.
And wow, what an interesting
Bill,
deck here, man. Yeah, this deck from Vitor already with such a huge lead, he can just sit back and, I mean, you talk about the defensive capabilities of this deck with Snowball, with the Quick Cycle, with the Ice Golem, and the E-Barbs, which is, I guess, why you see Adnan going, I need to get 2 Mega Knights down because that's the only way I can deal with one set of Elite Barbarians.
And nice control of the mirrored Mega Knight with the Snowman to redirect the E-Barbs here. Snowball gets the Mother Witch back, Miner to control.
Wow.
This is a lot here, but this deck also cycles. Like, oh, look at the stack. Look at the absolute stack. Adnan can see it too. Oh my word. It's an avalanche, and not for the Snowman.
And then we go high mortar. That's actually a really nice mortar. Snowball in. Miner's got to get on top of tower. Fire Spirit to defend. But there's the log. Miner did not get on tower, Rich.
No!
He needs more damage.
Are you kidding me? The Snowball can't do
Oh!
it, and he loses by 2 HP. What a ridiculous ending. That whole game was just ridiculous. If you want to make a Hall of Fame of ridiculous Clash Royale games, that one is right in the mix. That was insanity. You had the huge push at the front end, the great sequencing, and then maybe cycling snowballs a bit too much on the side of Vitor, right? Making himself low on elixir, and it's like, okay, Adnan goes, well, what can I do here? Stack all the Mega Knights? Let's just go ahead and stack all the Mega Knights, and then that snowball just not quite there in time. Okay, that's what I need to wake up.
Replay. I mean, that was brilliant, though. That was absolutely brilliant. You already see the good game called out. This is from earlier on. Never mind. Excuse me. But the recognition of the macro there by Adnan going, all right, how do I deal with this? I need to get 2 Mega Knights down. But not only, and this is just beautiful defense at the end. Skellies to catch, Snowball to push, Bandit to come down as well. Mirror is another Bandit just in case, I guess, maybe another Miner comes in. Not sure. But just excellent stuff there. And back to my thought just a moment ago, the mirrored Mega Knights, but were staggered, right? So 1 Mega Knight has to be dealt with before the second one even comes into the conversation. But what do you have to do? You also got to play the Mother Witch up high, because then you have the Mega Knight coming across, dealing with the E-Barbs, but you don't want that Mega Knight to leap on the E-Barbs. You want it to be distracted by something cheap. What do you have to do that? Well, the Ice Golem. So the Ice Golem turns into a piggy from the Mother Witch. The first Mega Knight's dealing with the E-Barbs. The second Mega Knight comes in. Mother Witch is still on the board. I'm just blown away by how brilliant that was from Adnan.
Yeah, that was a good recognition of the situation. And after Vitor playing so nicely on the front end, Adnan just seeing what was up and getting it done. And it's so fascinating, right? Like, Vitor has played so down the line with his deck picks throughout most of this competition and most competition overall. But look at the 2 decks he won with, or that he lost with, are both kind of whack job decks, right? Deck number one.
Yeah.
Deck number one was this Ram Rider Battle Healer. It almost feels like he hit randomized deck on some of these ones. Not like quite to that depth, but I am very curious as to what the thought process was with what he brought out here. And then again, I honestly do think that if he hadn't cycled, there was a snowball he cycled on the Mega Knight and the Princess Tower. I think if he didn't cycle that snowball, it's very likely he does not, that he holds on and wins that game.
Just crazy. Talk about sending it in. Adnan delivers a big time late game win there to stay on top and make it on 2-hour finals. And talking about delivering, talking about showing up when you need it, DHL. Big shout out to one of our other sponsors here in this competition. Remember, you guys, right now is a good moment to do it before we hop into the next game of our semis, or of course, before we hop into our finals. Go and take the quiz from the link that you saw at the bottom of the screen. Get your opportunity to win 100 euros at the ESL shop. A lot of fun there. Big shout out to DHL. Thank you so much. And My goodness. I think the only other thing that we got to touch on, oh, actually, we're going to go to break. So, oh, no, I'm sorry, bracket. That's what we're doing. We're going to go take a look here at the bracket. One last thing that I got to touch on is the fact that that was so uncharacteristic of Vitor. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and he just dropped everything and sprinted towards it. He didn't even think about the fact that, like, if he catches my miner, I lose this game. Very uncharacteristic, but, you know, still a lot of fun to watch.
I'm getting some word here from Jebas, who is picking decks with Vitor, and they were going for snipes, but he did say he cannot explain deck 1. He said, but it's good, but I can't explain it. I guess he used it. I guess Vitor used it in the Queso Cup. But they were trying to snipe a few different decks there, and I think they almost got their snipe correct in game number 3. So it was not hitting randomized decks. It does make some sense. And Vitor and he's not going to give me all of his secrets, Jebas, but and I'm not going to say all the snipes they were going for, but it feels like they were very close with their attempts, and you know, sometimes you reach for the stars and you end up missing by a hair.
So Titone and Mateja, the winner of our next set, will go up against Adnan, who, yeah, again, you want to watch one of the craziest, most bonkers best of threes, but mainly game number 3. I mean, I saw someone in the chat just going, this is mid-ladder. It really did look like 2 weird mid-ladder decks. But here we go. The stats for our final matchup here in our semis. Winner of this goes on to our finals to face off against Adnan. 2 very close win percentages, very close ladder finishes, very close highest trophies with the exact same ladder finish. It's Titone and Mateja, but you gotta feel like Mateja is riding high after 2-0ing our world champion, Mohamed Light.
Yeah, you gotta feel great about that situation. So, you know, at that point, you've put yourself into the top 4. You put yourself in as a pretty good money position overall. Anything past here, in some ways, is found money. Of course, you know, beating the number 1 in the world in the best of 3, I think that he'll go like, okay, that was great, that was cool. Now I have my eyes on 4K.
Yep, and Titone, when you look at the decks that he's played today, a lot of success going 4-0 on the day. He was the one that rocked that interesting Overwhelm MK Miner Prince deck with arrows and zap. Worked out really, really well there against Sosa. And of course, the game before that, he ran an interesting Hog Rider EQ deck with AQ and Phoenix. Then you go to set number 1, a little bit more down the middle with the obvious. I mean, we haven't been seeing, you know, more of it now. Now that we've talked about it, we haven't actually seen a ton of that Miner Poison control deck that was so popular earlier on today. But that is something that all of these guys have played at least at some point in their sets.
Well, the style of player has changed, right? We had a lot of players earlier on who were more cycle players, were the kind of players who play more miner control. These guys tend to play slightly heavier. They're playing in the mid-weight of decks more often than playing the quick cycle decks a whole bunch. Mateja, we'll see what he's doing here. This might be that heavier variation of minor wall breakers. We'll see if that's the case. But yeah, it's curious to see if that deck does make a comeback here in our final 2 matches of the day.
And top of your screen right now, a lot of swarm, if you will, with the Zappies, the Goblins, and the Tombstone.
So far, almost nothing either direction. Just a hair of damage done on the left-hand side for Titone, 28-20. And as you'll see, yeah, the AQ. And I'm very curious about the thought process behind it. And my guess is that it's damage versus Elixir versus where you are in Elixir at the time, of whether you play the Monk automatically across the bridge or not.
Yeah, and like what is already on the board for them, right? Because if there's 2 melee units on the board that are pretty high in HP, and you think about having a tank as they come back across the bridge, it's a lot more difficult to deal with. And talk about difficult to deal with is that push without a big spell, but instead an MK comes down and cleans it all up perfectly.
Yeah, it did feel like as soon as you saw the minor wall breakers in AQ, that starts feeling like this isn't just minor wall breakers, this isn't like gonna be super quick cycle. There's gonna be something thick in there, and there we go. One of the thickest of the bunch in the Mega Knight, and Graveyard now opened up here on the opposite direction.
Yeah, not a big surprise there with the Graveyard, with the Tombstone, the Bar Barrel, and of course the Zappies, and then you throw in that SK there later on, the Skeleton King, and it feels like it has to be just not quite the right composition for Royal Giant, which is you do see a lot of the same or a lot of similar cards, but GY. See how it fares here against a deck that does not have a big spell.
And one wall breaker sneaks on through on the other side of the board, so 26-60 in the right-hand lane, although this fight being primarily fought here on the left-hand side. And while Matea has the deck that you think of as opposite lane pressure a bit more, as we get towards triple, keep an eye on whether Tatone does decide to stay in this lane or take a shot at a graveyard push, maybe that cheap bar barrel GY on the right-hand side at some point.
Yeah, but for right now, like you said, if he decides to switch lanes, he doesn't need to, because Tatone doing a good job, getting great value, has a good damage lead, going in the same lane as the weaker tower of his opponent, that his opponent is searching for, excuse me. So we'll see what changes up here, as both these guys, Matea and Tatone, seem to be stuck here on the left-hand side, as wall breakers continue to come out on the right just to bait out Elixir and bait out Barb Barrels.
So 90 seconds remaining, sets up Mega Knight in the back, but 2 birds on the board for Tatone. So Matea has a lot to work through here as the Zappies prepare to try to control the goblins to the right-hand side. I'm wondering if this is going to be a weird little bit of pressure. And does he double down on it? Decides not to. That was a really interesting set of goblins. Maybe trying to predict the wall breakers with those goblins on the right-hand side.
Well, it's just one of those things, yeah, the wall breakers cannot come down when those goblins are going towards that side of the map, and those goblins will get damage if you don't play any Elixir on top of them. So you can see right now, Matea is able to clean up both sides and get a big connection here on the left-hand side. So, you know, whatever it was Tatone was going for doesn't quite work out. And again, these high Archer Queens, really, really nice stuff from Matea. That's something that you got to do anytime you're playing against Graveyard and you know they have poison, is you can never cycle those Archer Queens anywhere where you're giving Princess Tower damage and AQ value with that poison. So pretty much always going to be up at the bridge. It might feel a little uncomfortable, but that's what you got to do.
Double Mega Knight, mini P.E.K.K.A. Barb Barrel cleans up the swarm, but right now Matea's just trying to win the bridge fight here and push
such
deeper.
An overwhelm.
Can he get anything else through? Miner goes to the back, and this is great because it just forces Tatone to play defense rather than put any sort of real offense on, right? Because now he puts Graveyard in because he has to, but there you go, GG.
Yeah. Great call there, Rich, when you're talking about just making it so you cannot get those GYs down, but you know your opponent in their mind, they know that they need to get damage in, so he forces a GY in, and what does that do? It leaves the back door wide open. Great pressure there from Matea, taking game number 1. And, you know, that's what you got to do with those decks. You know, we saw Tatone do it earlier. Now we're seeing Matea do it. When you have those MK decks, when you're getting towards triple Elixir, if the game isn't already out of reach, you've got to start thinking about that stack game. And that's exactly what we just saw.
Well, at that point, also against Graveyard, right? The last thing you want to do is give Tatone a real chance at a serious Graveyard push. Only 3 Graveyards down, right? So you're getting into that final 45, final 30 seconds. If you take your foot off the gas and let him take real shots at Graveyard, we know how that can go, especially in triple Elixir. And so just the absolute right thing going, I'm going to make it so that there's that if you play Graveyard in any meaningful way, you lose your tower. So just an excellent recognition of the situation. Wasn't trying to sit back and play defense, even though he has a bunch of Graveyard counters. They all died of poison though. So Matea just doing the exact right thing in the exact right moment, and now 1 away from our final.
Yeah, Matea just perfect on the day. And the other part, Rich, when you talk about recognition, is when you look at those cards and the amount that they were played. Mini P.E.K.K.A. sat in his hand for almost 5 minutes, right? It was only played 1 time, and that's what you got to do, right? If you cannot find a spot to play a card, then just don't play it. And that's something that's really hard for newer players to do, because they're just like, well, it's been in my hand for so long, I haven't played it. I haven't been able to find a place for my mini P.E.K.K.A, but I know I need to get it on the board. That's not always correct. There's certain cards that you do need to always have on the board. You know, if you're talking to Aw Crap, basically Magic Archer, right? Magic Archer at AQ, if you ever have them in your hand, Rich, they should always be on the board. But what I love there from Matea is mini P.E.K.K.A in hand, A lot of swarm units, ranged units, zappies are out there, Tombstone's a problem, Skeleton King gonna pop his ability. Just don't play it. And I love that discipline from Mateja, and great plays from him. I mean, again, perfect on the day with a 2-0 over Z and a 2-0 over Mohamed Light. Now 1 game away from our finals where he'll face off against Adnan. And that was fun. That was a really fun game, man. You know, talk about just staying consistently strong, staying in it the whole time, and then overwhelming at the end.
And as we go into game number 2, Mateja's spell usage just zap in that last one. So he has a lot of options, and it's going to make it hard for his opponent to figure out where you go in terms of being worried about your opponent's spells. Both guys going Monk here in game number 2. Keep in mind, Tatone already played his Phoenix, so that does change some math here as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Mateja wants to do. Does bust out the E-Spirit, so that's actually a nice little draw. Usually it's Ice Spirit or Fire Spirit. Most commonly it's been Ice Spirit paired with those 2 cards, but instead gets the E-Spirit out, which is really nice when you're going against bats.
We'll see if that ends up being a big factor. It does take the sail out of those minor bats pushes, which might be something that Tatone was hoping to rely on in this one. And as we pass the first minute of gameplay, Mateja just
looks like he's rocking. Yeah, Tone looks like he's rocking Mortar here, but it's kind of a weird version. And then Mateja looking like RG, and there's the RG coming down.
Yep, there it goes, opposite lane.
Oh, misses that Dark Goblin timing by just a hair, and you can see the everything's fine Goblin comes out as everything is not fine. Now that Dark Goblin not going to still be on his side of the board to deal with this push.
Bats not going to be a victim, and does the no. So you saw Tatone tried to predict the E-Spirit with the guards, but it's still changed. So Royal Giant still gets through, still gets its damage, and this does leave our bottom player with about an elixir and a half lead, but still, the right idea just didn't quite have the execution for it, or the space.
Yeah, and that's kind of the story of the whole first part of this game for Tatone. As you can see, he is behind by only a little bit, but he probably hoped for a little bit more damage in single from him, or just less damage from his opponent. You know, had that Dark Goblin stayed and dealt with the Phoenix, then it would have probably locked on the RG. Had it not locked on the RG, that would have been because the Monk was played even sooner from Mateja, so things would have maybe just been in a different spot. But because of those small mistakes, you see Tatone paying for it with HP.
The E-Spirit is just so impactful in this matchup, really preventing a lot of what Tatone wants to do to win bridge fights and then counter push. And now he has to deal with this big Phoenix Fish Boy RG push. And Mortar does not target tower as the RG's pushed away.
And Fishboy gets on top of tower there. RG getting a few shots in. Bats don't get taken off by the E-Spirit, but doesn't really matter there. Bats came in and did what they could for a little bit, and Mateja just pours on more damage.
And this Phoenix should respawn.
Yeah,
but honestly,
that's huge.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Guards have to come out to defend against it. That Phoenix, I mean, who needs a respawn with how long that Phoenix was on the board in the first place? But now that respawn ends up costing Tatone so much elixir.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the guards come out, don't get a whole lot out of it, and then a Dark Goblin comes down, gets cleaned up off the board. That Phoenix took up so much value there. And now the Monk comes in, gets the reflect on the Mortar, gets the reflect on the Princess Tower, and this RG is at like 75% health. That's gonna do it. Mateja does it in style, 6-0 on the day. Tatone gets sent home.
Just ran right through that whole thing. And, you know, you talk about the dangers of the Phoenix. We saw it right there because it's strong, it hits hard, it's tanky, it blows you up, then it comes back to life. It basically does everything. And it's, you know, the Phoenix is like a create a character that you boosted the stats on too much when you're playing FIFA or something like that. You're like, wow, you could shoot from this far and dribble and play defense. This is crazy. And we just saw all that happen at once.
2K and you've got your 8-foot-tall high schooler that you're playing through to like get them drafted in the NBA. Yeah. That's what that was right there for the Phoenix. The Phoenix Yeah, the only thing that you missed in its massive resume, Rich, is something that you mentioned earlier, which is also its attack speed. The fact that that Phoenix was able to get 2 shots in on that Dark Goblin before the Dark Goblin and the Princess Tower were able to take it off the board after it already spawned its egg is just crazy to me. And again, you see Mateja going, you know what? My Zappies aren't going to get a lot of value in this matchup. I'm not going to play him at all. Fireball on the other side of it, not really finding good places for it because the Zappies weren't played. And Mateja, who has a perfect 6-0 on the day, 2-0 over Titone, 2-0 over Mohamed Light, and a 2-0 over Z. Titone, who was perfect until he ran into Mateja, taking out Sosa and Asaf, excuse me. And Vitor just sitting and waiting, going into Adnan, and Adnan 2-1s Vitor. So we have our finals, Mateja versus Adnan, as we take a look here at our replays.
And this was that first matchup. Mateja was on the bottom of the screen for this one. And second matchup, Mateja top of the screen. And this is that same Phoenix, I believe, right? This is the Phoenix that had stayed on the board for just about forever and then died, was able to resurrect with the interaction with the Royal Giant, and then came back and did just about everything. So you don't have to play many Phoenixes. You play the right one at the right time and get the right sequencing, and it'll do the job for you.
Or you just play a ton of them at whatever time with
also
whatever
that
sequencing at the bridge, but that's when you have the elixir pump and mirror. But luckily, we have not been seeing much of that here today. But what we have seen is great gameplay.
Yep.
I mean, again, you talk about how many of these sets actually went to 3. Only 3 sets on the entire day went to game number 3. Everything else has just been dominant performances. And you know, Rich, when you talk about those numbers, I mean, maybe it's just a coincidental thing, but also I'm wondering if, like you kind of talked about at the top of the show with analysts and that matchup conversation, if the matchup conversation is more impactful than it has been in past metas or past competitions. I'm not do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's whether a meta that is defined by a card, whether that makes it so that matchup overall becomes more polarized, right? I think that's the big question here, and that's what I'm wondering.
Like 60-40s used to be able to kind of battle through, but now it feels like if you have a 60-40 where you're in the 40 going against Phoenix, it feels like a no shot in hell.
Right, yeah, it does seem like the amplitude of matchups, right? How many matchups right now are 60-40 versus how many are 70-30, right? Or 80-20. That becomes an interesting thing. Again, it's because there's so much, you're either playing the Phoenix or looking to counter the Phoenix in some way. And when a card defines the meta like that, you have to wonder about the rippling impact outside of even games it's involved in. So who knows? Maybe that's what it is, and maybe today just there's something in the water and people are running through each other. So you don't know unless we had a double blind, unless we had like a multiverse where we played this tournament with multiple different balance changes and saw what happened. And fed people different breakfasts in some of them. Every once in a while had someone get yelled at by their neighbor over a small dispute before they go in and play. You know, as long as we have to get all those variables and see what happens.
Yeah.
But for now, maybe it's the Phoenix.
So Titone and Vitor will be battling offline for that third place matchup. Both of them going to walk away with $1,000, but it's just about who gets to brag about who beat the other in a best of 3 as Adnan and Mateja get ready for our grand finals of where, of course, winning matters. And when winning matters, you got to think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Talk about those mobile processors. Talk about every little edge that you can take when you're playing a game. That's another one of them. So you got to think Snapdragon when you think about winning, and you think about that foam just getting a little bit more juice to maybe get you a little bit farther in that ladder push, get you a little bit higher in that Ultimate Champion leaderboard. And talking about 2 guys that know all about being an Ultimate Champion, know all about CRL, Mateja and Adnan. Great way to end their 2022. Great way to start their 2023 is with a big win here. But first, we got to take a quick break because we need these guys to have the opportunity to reset their decks. Grand finals coming your way in just a little bit. Adnan, Mateja, we'll see you there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming,
How much time do we have?
Monster Energy,
Enough time for a
DHL.
bio break?
I think so.
2-4-6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
And welcome back. Here we are. It's the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series EUME, EMEA, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, EMENA. There we go. Finally a region for our $4,000 grand prize and $10,000 prize pool. I'm Rich Slayton. That's Andrew Guy. And that's actually the direction that he's in. And this is Clash Royale. And we have not the final we anticipated, Andrew. No, I think you're up here. Not the final we anticipated, but still a pretty phenomenal one. And one of those ones where you look at a guy specifically like Matea, who has come close in so many competitions. Now, and this one had a lot of top tier players. This is a chance for him to put a pretty nice #1 on his resume.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys had to beat world champions on their way, right? Adnan had to take out Ruben along the way, and Matea had to take down our current defending world champion in Mohamed Light. Now, Adnan did go 2-1 over Ruben, whereas we did see Matea go 2-0. He hasn't lost a game yet. It's been a lot of fun, you know? It's been one of those things where the biggest names were not able to come through to the end, and that's really what these tournaments are all about, building a name for yourself, and how great of a place to do it for Adnan and Matea when you talk about being able to get that momentum going with these big names on your path before you get to start thinking about the competitive scene in 2023. Adnan, though, if you look at this, win percentage, way higher. Ladder finish, I mean, you guys all know that really watch the top 200, the top 10. The difference between 2 and 11 is really, really big when you actually talk about the finish.
Sure, absolutely. And it's one of those things, right, where the question is always, how well does ladder translate over to competitive? So on one hand, Adnan certainly has that advantage from the ladder standpoint. Ladder's a different game. It's a grind game. It's a get that same deck in over and over and over again. Whereas the competitive is so much, the deck picking is such a huge factor. There's a versatility thing. There's a whole different sort of mentality to it. Why you have some players who are ladder greats but don't translate to competitive, and the other way around. This so far, though, is one of Adnan's all-time great competitive performances.
Yeah, and the other thing to think about when you talk about them, the consistency that these guys are at and at the highest level is, Adnan's ladder finish at number 2 was back in November of 2020, right? That was a little while ago, whereas Mateja's number 11 finish was just 8 months ago when you talk about March of 2022. So definitely higher finishes more recently here for Mateja, but you can never count Adnan out, especially after the plays we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely not. And look, he has some competitive history. He got top 12 in the BCC back, one of those, the Revel tournaments back in 2021. Has a top 17 finish this year in the Queso Cup Golden Edition, just outside of that final bracket. So certainly shifting his attention a bit more towards competitive play in the last year and a half, 2 years than he had in the past, and having better results. And you got to wonder if this kind of spurs him in that direction as we move towards our 2023 season for Clash Royale League.
And when we look at Mateja and his experience, we saw the BCC earlier. He got number 4 in the second finals there. And of course, CRL 2021, right? That was when a lot of the biggest names that you're seeing in the competition now that aren't at that top level yet, that we didn't see at World Finals. That's the year where they were all just on the outside of breaking through, right? So a lot of the names that you see in these spots, like in 2021, number 24, number 96, things like that, number 16. So Mateja was really close. That was actually in 2022, he got number 96, did Mateja. But in 2021, 24, 16, just right outside of our monthly finals. And that makes sense, right? You fast forward to almost 2 years later, at least a season and a half later on, and here he is in a spot to win a competition with the biggest names in the game.
Sure. And that's a big one, right? And he's had success in competitions in terms of getting first place outside of this top thing, right? Getting a first place finish in Game Stars, which I know you cast for a while. But this is one of those ones where, great, Game Stars had a different level of competition. This has had some, 3 world champions. So we'll see. Can either one of these guys get that first big signature competition victory? We'll find out over the next 3 games.
Season 2, Split 1 Grand Finals. Mateja, bottom of your screen. Adnan at the top. $6,000 best of 3. Winner takes 4, loser takes 2. Who will it be?
You talk about it going through Adnan's profile. Doesn't have a first place finish in any of his events. Whereas on the other side of things, Mateja does have that. Of course, some of that is just in smaller competitions. So big day for both of these two players, and birds on both sides to open up the competition.
Yeah, nice lightning there from Adnan. Gonna help clean up that monk before it pops its ability. And Mateja looking like he's going with something that's very, very popular in the meta that we talked about at the top of the show today, but we haven't seen a ton of. We saw it a couple times, but not a ton.
I think this is our first Goblin Cage of the day. So the Brawler does pop out here, and we'll see if Mateja has to drop, decides not to go with his Lumberjack, and the Brawler takes a shot +2 from the Barb Barrel. That's some pretty significant damage there early on in this matchup.
Definitely. I mean, 23-31 on the right-hand side to 25-92 working in the same lane. Your opponent's already showing that they're maybe a little bit beefier than you are, and Adnan having that Goblin, having that Cannon Cart. And of course, that Lightning. Lightning has a lot of great targets on Mateja's side of the board.
Little bridge fight brewing over here. The Phoenix of Adnan goes down in a perfect spot, so gets the nice pop here. Lumberjack does finally come out, and that Lumberjack's going to get ruined here at the bridge as Adnan golems up.
Wow. Yeah, I was like, this deck is starting to feel more and more like it could be Golem, just because, a lot of those pieces, the Cannon Cart we've seen with Golem, Golden Knight we've seen with Golem, Goblin Cage we've seen with it, obviously Lightning, but still just wasn't sure, as we haven't seen that big pile of rocks a whole lot. And interesting thing, when you talk about Golem in competitive, very up and down results.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some big moments go its way, and then of course some pretty significant failures so far here for Adnan. Though it is doing the job, and that cannon cart means that Matea kind of has to reset and take a moment before he goes for his next Ram Rider. Puts it all the way in the back, but now that leaves that big Phoenix and Lumberjack way alone up front.
It's pretty fascinating, this deck. You think about the Phoenix and the Cannon Cart getting tanked for by the Golem and how much work they can put in. And then if you try to drop units on top of them on the ground or in the air, you get the chain of the Golden Knight. Go ahead, Rich.
Well, there you just see, that's what we're talking about when breaking down this deck earlier is, you know, Lumberjack, we've seen Rage a lot recently with Phoenix, but the underrated relationship between a Rage spell and a Ram Rider, and you just saw the absolute slingshot effect, like you're trying to escape a gravity well, so you go around a planet. That Ram Rider just, boom, zoomed right at that right-hand tower for a big-time connection. If Matea can defend this push, things open up a lot, and looks like Matea might have that one locked up.
Yeah, easy defense there. You really just have to worry about the big guy and the big guy blowing up on the Princess Tower. The Golemite's not going to be a big threat. Obviously not a lot in tow here. And now you see a Lightning at the bridge with like 12 Elixir on the board in the opposite lane. So a pretty good King Tower activation, but the raged up Ram Rider still gets on tower, and another Ram Rider down in the right-hand side protecting the Phoenix. Oh, and the Magic Archer. Look at that.
Very nice, and the Ram Rider connects, and Adnan is just, this is running away from him very, very quickly. The High Golem does present a challenge here for Matea. What can he do here? I think he'll have enough DPS to get off the board, though.
Yeah, you got the slow from the Ram Rider, the snare, you got the knockback there from the Monk. And Rich, this is just a really great example of why this deck is so strong in the meta. And wow. So only a Lightning away now. Things are getting real tight here. 233, 285. That's going to do it. Fireball comes in. Ram Rider doesn't touch, but Goblins should. No, they don't.
That was so close to being to those touches not quite getting there, and just enough time for the Lightning to go the opposite direction. I was just sitting there waiting for a Lightning to steal it. It doesn't end up happening. Matea holds on and now has match point here for our Split 1 championship. What a finish that was, Andrew.
Yeah, you know, I love what we saw there. A really, really close finish. And, you know, how close it was kind of stopped me in my tracks, because I was going to say, you know, Matea's running the outplay deck. As you saw, he had to do a lot more fancy footwork, switching up lanes, getting those Magic Archer connections, those piercing shots in, kind of layering his attacks so those Magic Archers could get value. But, you know, it goes back to what I was saying at the very top of this game, which is just that, like, Golem has very up and down win rates in competitive play, and the biggest part of it is that there's not a lot of potential for outplayability, right? That's something that we always love to talk about. It's something why a lot of the best players in the world love Cycle as opposed to Beatdown. There's just not a lot of ways to come back in this game, right? Like, 3 golems coming down, a lot of the main damage came in from the very first golem coming in. The other 2 golems that came in were pretty easily defended. And that's just because his opponent did a really good job of keeping up pressure in both lanes, getting piercing shots in, not letting a lot of lightning value come down. The outplayability kind of goes out the window with Golem most of the time.
Well, you look at how close that ending was there too.
I know.
And there was a NATO Golden Knight play right before that sequence that, had it connected, that would have been the win for Adnan here in game number 1. So that just shows, again, that, you know, we talk a lot about those the kind of the weird interactions that happen. There are failed NATOs. The failed Golden Knight connection to King Tower, to Princess Tower, still seems to happen at kind of a shockingly high rate.
Yeah, I mean, for a card that was like completely unpredictable for a very long time, then got reworked off the board, and now I think it's back in a really, really good spot. There still is a lot of missed NATO chain connections that I think people kind of like learned the card how it was originally made and then haven't readjusted quite enough, or it's just also a tough thing to have happen, right? Just, you know, one side of it is knowing how to do it offensively, but the other side of it is knowing where to place units defensively that are out of that range, right? Where it's out, if you play them high enough or far enough away from Princess Tower, it will not chain on top, you know, and we see a lot of people kind of get hurt with buildings being played too low with that Golden Knight chaining. Obviously not the case here, and a really, really great game number 1 for Mateja. Let's hop into game number 2. Adnan plays the big bag of rocks in game number 1. Doesn't work out. Mateja looking to go a perfect 8-0 on the day to secure 4K.
That'd be a nice win for him. Lightning, Phoenix out on both sides. Lightning out for Adnan. Fireball out for Mateja. Mateja may be going drill here, maybe going RG. And Adnan looking very much like RG.
Mateja could be going Hoggy Q. And Zappies mean that's not the case.
And so the Queen will walk into that bomb. That's an important Queen walk into the bomb because it does now force out the extra elixir from that Fish Boy. Archer Queen won't get damage for Adnan, but now look at this. Because of that advantage, Fisherman out of cycle, all that happening at once, and Adnan just presses that advantage super hard.
Yeah, I really like that play, you know, and even Mateja has to tip his hat. No Archer Queen for huge single target DPS. No Zappies for the slow. No Fish Boy for the pull. And just a heads up, naked, RG at the bridge gets a huge bit of damage in here for Adnan, which is exactly what he needs to come back in this set.
Yeah, that was very nice for him. First minute 30 away, and he has not taken any damage yet, but the German, you see that big chunk there, 1824 left-hand side, and now Mateja's feeling the pressure. And look at this, it's not like he has an elixir advantage right now. He's just going to go ahead and try to put together a really aggressive push, but AQ down very low on HP. Royal Giant only gets 1 shot, and now Adnan doesn't even have to really support this. He can just force Mateja to spend on defense, which he does.
Yeah, you know, I think a part of that comes back to the Fisherman not being in cycle for Adnan, but not quite the same results as his opponent got. Is Mateja, you know, a little bit more elixir for Adnan to deal with that, whereas Mateja just had the late Giant Skeleton to drop down. So, you know, a little bit of overspend, doesn't end up paying for it a lot, a little behind in elixir, and we'll see what Adnan wants to do with that advantage once again.
And attempted the fish for fish, did Adnan, didn't get it. Fireball will create enough room for some more damage, 15-17. But now I believe this Archer Queen, no, that log keeps it outside of the bomb range. So while the AQ dying to bomb before was a huge boon for Adnan, she stays on the board here and is making a lot of room for Mateja to make a significant counter push. And look at that. AQ is still up for the moment, does finally go down, but that RG puts this within range, 1604 to 1459 as we go into sudden death.
The RG just using that density, using that thick body to get around those Giant Skeletons, squeeze in between the two of them. One Giant Skeleton goes off the board. Second Giant Skeleton tanks for the Princess Tower, but the RG gets pulled by the Fisherman. So a lot of damage comes in there. Now we see the fish for fish interaction with no Royal Giants on the board. This Fish Boy of Mateja's looking to pull that Giant Skeleton. Maybe better for him that he didn't.
What an interesting choice to go with the EQ variation by Mateja instead of the Lightning variation. And obviously not a really great target for the Earthquake anywhere here.
Yeah, that's definitely a really tough spot when you talk about the spell value conversation. And now Adnan just goes opposite lane. Fireball can take those Zappies off the board. And now Mateja finds himself in a spot again where he has very little elixir to defend a lot. As 2 RGs go to town on opposite towers, 625 to 455. Spell power. Oh!
And
that's it.
Wow. Wow, the Fisherman gets it done. Fireball in. We're going to game 3, folks.
Wow, game number 3 in the grand finals. No RG in play. And you talk about all those strong cards that have been here. You know, Phoenix out of play for both competitors. Phoenix and Monk out of play for Mateja. Technically, Adnan can still bust out the Monk in game number 3.
Yeah, we'll see if he makes that choice. You know, again, like we talked about before, those Monk-only decks, pretty rare overall in the meta. And so, again, yeah, the AQ, Golden Knight, both out on the side for Adnan. The EQ is such a strange choice overall for Mattea. You gotta wonder what he was thinking matchup-wise, if he was thinking of saving the Lightning for something else in game number 3. I also, you're playing the Giant Skeleton variation, which is heavier. And you can see both these guys playing non-Lightning variants, and Fireball seems like the more likely choice here, but keep in mind, Mattea had played Fireball in game number 1.
Yeah, this just becomes such a fun little game of chess, trying to figure out what the best option is here in game number 3. You're just talking about the big spells there, but you also talk about, the cards that are available and what you want to play in response, right? So no Fireball available for either of these competitors, no NATO available for Adnan. So when you talk about no Fireball, no NATO, maybe you could start thinking about Royal Hogs, but then Bomb Tower comes into the mix. No Archer Queen available for either of them, so maybe not as much air defense when you talk about Archer Queen and Magic Archer and Phoenix being out for one competitor, but there's still Executioner out there in the world. There's just so many conversations that can go into this. The EQ from Mattea does make Hog Rider just a little bit less likely, at least on one side of the board.
I mean, I think the most likely choice here for Mattea is some variation of Miner. I would love to see him run back that Miner MK mini P.E.K.K.A deck, except for he already used the Archer Queen in this last game. So it takes that one off the board, but there are a lot of Miner overwhelm decks, right? We saw the Miner MK Prince deck earlier today. So I think Miner with NATO out gets a pretty big boost here. And his opponent hasn't been playing a ton of cycle stuff that is really catchy. To lots of ways to catch the Miner. I think you go Miner here and maybe go with a Miner deck that can overwhelm. You do probably need some significant single target DPS in here, given the history so far of his opponent. So that would be my pick. Something maybe like that Miner Prince MK deck.
You're talking about for Adnan here?
For Mattea here.
For Mattea, got it.
For Mattea, because Adnan already played NATO, so already now you can right out the gate start getting miners into different places here, but you still have to, when you're playing against Adnan, have to keep an eye out for beefier decks, for decks that kind of sit on hefty win conditions. So something there for Mattea that plays the miner and then also has some good bridge fight ability.
If Mattea knows how to play that Freeze Loon deck, I think it could be interesting. Now, I'm not 100%. I'm probably that deck has Lumberjack in it, so maybe instead he goes Freeze GY. But the fact that there's no NATO, not a lot of good air defenses. I mean, Mattea probably just ends up going to EQ Drill, or excuse me, Executioner Drill, right? That just seems like the other most popular win condition that we've seen today. Since he doesn't have Magic Archer, he could just go E-Wiz, and it looks like we might be seeing that, Rich.
Yep, it looks a lot like Drill, and Adnan has to be happy with having Dark Prince for this matchup. So obviously you're not going to be in cycle for the potential first Drill here from Mattea. We'll see, but yeah, pretty clear. The question is Mattea going the Xe variation or not, because he's not worried about Phoenix anymore?
Yeah, I'm very curious. I mean, he doesn't have Magic Archer, and if you don't have to worry about Phoenix, maybe you don't end up playing another air unit just because you're not worried about air. Maybe the only thing he has is E-Wiz, and he decides to just kind of double down with another ground unit. And it might be that case so far, but we still can't tell.
Is Adnan going Sparky here? Or is this
yes.
It has to be Sparky,
I mean, it looks
right?
like it. Yeah, I mean, you only have Zap and Rage. That's pretty much the only time you ever see Goblin Giant paired with those cards. So yeah, I want to throw up a little bit, but I'm actually kind of excited.
I mean, there was a period where I was holding my weekly tournament on my own channel, and that 1,000-player hour-long tournament portion, like Goblin Giant Sparky Rage was a deck that literally everyone, like half the field, was just playing that consistently the entire way through. But it's been a while since I've seen some good old Goblin Giant Sparky Rage. E-Wiz, Cannon Cart, Barb Barrel make this interesting on Mattea's side. E-Wiz the obvious part. Cannon Cart with the second phase is nice, and Barb Barrel just to when you don't have when those cards can't penetrate, and you have to stop that one shot from the Sparky. So interesting matchup.
And it's tough too with your big spell is your Sparky connection, but otherwise you just have the Zap, right? So when you look at Mattea has a lot of really, really high HP units that can kind of stack his side of the board and doesn't have to worry about any big spell value coming in, but obviously does have to worry about that Sparky getting too much value with units stacked in one spot.
And on the right-hand side, Dark Prince, look at that, getting the connection right through there.
Mateja maybe not as worried about it because, yes, the damage does come in, but you can see him building this push on the left-hand side. And usually you always want to go into the same lane that your opponent is pursuing when you're playing Sparky, just because your counter push potential and your defense is just so monumental.
Sparky now absolutely shut down. Tons of weight coming on the left-hand side, but keep an eye on this right-hand push here. Mateja spending a lot on that right-hand lane. He should get power. Can he get power? 53 HP. Mother Witch still going.
53 to 474. A high cycled Royal Ghost here. And now a drill plus NATO is all he needs. Adnan knows it. Great play there by Mateja. Goes for kind of a sellout push. Doesn't activate the Golden Knight ability at first because he's looking for that unit to be dropped up high and in the middle. Then late activates the Golden Knight ability with very little HP. Gets a ton of damage in on tower and brings it within spell cycle range, which is usually not a spot you're in when your only spell is NATO and then a little bit of Goblin Drill damage. But Mateja plays a great Saturday, ends up only losing one game on the day to take this championship.
Yeah, I mean, he was clean throughout this thing, right? You didn't see a lot of big-time mistakes from Mateja. You saw him make good picks in the right moments. This is a guy who came to play this weekend and walks away with our championship in this first split and $4,000 in his pocket. So kudos to him, not to mention that his first-time first-place win in an upper-tier competition.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where you wonder where Adnan would have gone had he had an analyst. Now, he got really close there at the end of the game. You look at what that Mother Witch is doing on the right-hand side, probably way closer than he should have. But, right before we hopped into this game, I was like, the most likely thing for Mateja to play is this deck. It's like the third strongest deck that we've seen this competition. We've seen it all day today. We've seen a lot of different competitors play that deck. The only difference in that deck was having the mini P.E.K.K.A., but you knew that wasn't going to be the case because of what was available for your opponent. So Mateja comes out with exactly what you'd expect, and Adnan just doesn't have the appropriate response or doesn't play through a matchup he should have been expecting. But this was still a barn burner of a finals, and Adnan did such a good job in that game number 3.
Yeah, a lot of these were just really, really tight. And you see here, again, we had tight finishes in game 1, tight finish in game 2, and Adnan nearly able to turn that into a steal there in game number 3. Frustration, of course, at being so close, but not quite for the championship. Still, Adnan second place, $2,000. Pretty nice bag for him on this beautiful Saturday.
That's right. 2K to Adnan, 4K to Mateja, and while Vitor and Titone are still battling, you can see Titone up one game at the moment for our third place match. Both of them will be walking away with $1,000 apiece, and then you throw Doom, Ruben, Sosa, and Mohamed Light in the mix. Mo just stacking that cash, $250K and $500. Not bad for a Saturday, as we have our champion Mateja, perfect on the day, goes through Z, goes through Mo, goes through Titone, and then battles through a great best of 3 with Adnan. And you know what? When you look at the numbers, it felt like Mateja was definitely the guy that should have won today. And Rich, you said a really great point. Didn't make a lot of mistakes, incredibly consistent, great deck picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much of Clash Royale is just being consistent, right? You don't even have to be the best as long as you are clean, as long as you are consistent with that gameplay. And Mateja just put that kind of performance together the whole way through. And again, that's a big congratulations to him, because this is a guy who we've seen on the edge, right? There's this is a solid like A-tier competition when you get to the top 16 that we had here today. And to come out with the win here on this one, definitely something that gives him a lot of confidence moving forward into 2023.
Yeah, and it's an exciting thing, right? This is Season 2, Split 1. There's another split in this region. We'll see if Mateja wants to come right back and try to defend his title. We haven't had any, at least I can't remember any people defending, at least in back-to-back for Snapdragon Pro Series. But it sounds like we do or do not have an interview.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think we're not going to get. Yeah, we're not going to have an interview today. It's really that was the one thing that I wanted. But you know what? He's going to be too busy off celebrating, taking a victory lap around his neighborhood, showing everyone his phone and how great it was. And again, not just 4K on a Saturday, but taking this home this money, playing your favorite game, right? So you put those two things together, and there's not much better than that.
And you get to beat the best player in the world in a 2-0 set.
True.
Now, obviously, again, you get a little bit of luck in there, but luck is what you need to be the best. All the best players in the world have had just a little bit of luck on their side. So one step closer to competitive in 2023. What a great way to close out our 2022. Now, remember, guys, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have NA, and we also have this, what you guys just saw in Europe, Middle East, North Africa. We still have another split on both sides of it coming in December, early in December.
Yeah, they're actually already in progress, so you can go ahead and sign up for both of those. Of course, if you don't already follow follow this event on Twitter, you can go ahead and follow it there. But this is in progress right now, so you can go ahead and get involved. Maybe you're here next time. And of course, thanks one more time to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters. And today, the one who mattered the most was Mateus. So congrats to him, and hopefully next time we'll see you up here on this big stage.
And talking about next time, of course, you and myself will be back to close things out in Split 2, NA first, and then, of course, Europe, Middle East, North Africa. Really excited to be doing that. It's always a lot of fun, with the change of the competitive scene, Rich, having our World Finals in September. We get to have, not only fun events with the Queso Cup with 2v2 and also still an incredibly competitive event, but we get 2v2, King of the Hill, and then, of course, what we're doing over here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, building those legacies for next year's competitive scene.
This has been a great one today. Thanks everyone for watching us. If you haven't yet, of course, like, subscribe down below. Make sure you never miss a moment of the action. We'll be back here, of course, very soon with more competitive Clash Royale. For everyone here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, that's Andrew Guy. I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you back here next time for more Clash Royale.
Bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, you got a problem with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a lightest. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.